Welcome to Maps, DM. Hope you enjoyed your playthrough so far. It was actually pretty hype, man. We just beat the boss. Okay, so let's do a quick review here. So 1 to 10, how was the Let's Play? So we went. I mean, I know I probably made a lot of mistakes. You know.
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Remnant 2 Thai no art offers. Please, what can you do?
Because we kind of went pure tank. Oh no, we tickle. But to be fair, I do that quite often. We died a few times. Definitely a bit of a learning curve. I can do this all day, exactly. I do have a ship. No one's saying anything. We definitely needed to go more damage earlier. We went too tanky too soon. And we probably needed more damage, like right off the
Welcome
rip.
to my channel.
We went Juggernaut, Marauder, so we were like pure tanky already. And then I also picked tanky stats, which was like a double diff. It says I died 26 times. That seems way more than I would have thought. I don't know if that counts PvP deaths or not. No. But 26 times seems like way more deaths than
Hello and welcome.
I would have guessed no more than 10. 23 hours. So I died an average of about 1 time an hour. We finished it at level 66. How much would you say chat helped you? I mean, a decent amount. People would answer questions. So if it's like, if I'm wondering something and I'm like, does this support gym work with this skill? You know, there's going to be a spam of no's in the chat. You know, that will obviously answer that question. I'll show you where we ended up on the skill tree. So we pretty much just took the first move we got, which was Shield Crush, and then just used it the whole time. So I picked anything that gave me life, anything that gave me regen, anything that gave me armor, anything that gave me resistance. And I was having problems with accuracy, so I ended up taking this because I didn't have any accuracy, which helped with damage. But basically, everything is HP, resistance, and elementos.
Welcome to my channel.
So that was what we did. We took all shield
Welcome
stuff,
to my channel.
I actually don't regret. And pretty much everything was shield crush and shield charge. Oh, I missed the shield thing over here. Yeah, just a whole bunch of shield and damage from shield and blocking the shield. And then skills, we just basically used Moat and Shield, Shield Crush. We got Berserk at the last hour, and then we were using Shield Charge and Pride and Determination. And then we just got Vengeance Reckoning working at the end here. That was basically it, to be honest. It was mostly Moat and Shell, Shield Crush, Shield Charge. Press G. Troll G. You guys are just saying random shit now. Oh, what the fuck? Another skill tree. Okay. Good lord. So this is like a skill tree for your maps? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Gonna take my whole life! I thought RuneScape would take forever. This system is pretty cool. There's nothing wrong with this system being added in the game. This is definitely... Like, there's not a lack of things to do in this game. Like, if what you want is a game to lose your life to, like, yeah, I get it. I get why Path of Exile and ExileCon has a fuckload of people that play it and show up to their events and stuff. Like, they put a lot into their game, so they have a lot of things for people to dig into and kind of experience their own way. I think this is probably one of those games where you probably actually feel fairly connected to your character, I would imagine, because it's one of those games that you spend so much time building it exactly like you want it, so you have a sense of unironic pride and accomplishment by time you've completed it or gotten to this stage, because your character, you probably put just as many hours outside of the game as inside of the game. I mean, I would think. I could be wrong, but I mean, for some reason the comparison that comes to me is Eve. I don't know if you guys played EVE Online, but in my time with EVE Online, I definitely saw people that had a very deep connection with their character in the game. And they had built it over years, you know, making them have the exact right stats for the exact right build and the exact right ships. And I was actually quite a big EVE enjoyer. I understand EVE and PoE are not the same game, but just, you have to understand, I'm reaching for things in which to try to explain my thought process, so just roll with it. I understand they're different games, but the closest I've seen to how I would feel about this is EVE, where you spend a lot of time, like, trying to make something exactly the way you want it. And maybe you have some little variant that is sort of your flavor text. This seems like a theory crafter's paradise. You have zero connection to character. Okay, maybe not to the individual character, but I mean, do you have any connection at all to the way you built your character? Like, the love of it may not come from you looking at your hero, but the love of it probably does come from you looking at your build, I would imagine, which are sort of one and the same. You don't put hours of your real life into something unless you love it, and this is going to take hours for you to figure out. So if you make your own build, I would imagine you would have some kind of connection to that build, I would think. I feel this way mildly right now with my character. I know my build's terrible, but I rather like my hero. And I'm rather growing fond of my shield boy, and smacking people with the shield build that we've come up with may be terrible in the game, but I rather do enjoy the process of building it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just looking into the future, imagining in the world in which DM plays this for 3 years, what happens? I would see myself next year or next season. You know, I'm playing. I know I'm not an in-game yet. Let's just say I am. The next season comes and I think, you know, I really like the shield thing, but this time I wonder if I can do the shield thing better because I know what I'm doing. So I go back, and because I have a little experience with the shield, which happened to be the first one I do, I make another shield character in the next season. And this time I know that season's mechanic, because that season's mechanic was what I learned that time. And then I carry that knowledge forward. And this time I have a little bit better of a variant of a shield character with a little bit more knowledge I gained from my previous season. And then I go into the next season, and now I'm having probably a little bit better enjoyment because I have the previous season's experience in which I'm now comparing myself against, much like a Mario go-kart track. When you see your ghost from your previous race, then you're racing yourself, which gives you another layer of enjoyability. I would assume that that is where the enjoyment of this comes. Whereas I think my experience in other games were mostly based upon the fact that I have a feeling of self within my character. Like World of Warcraft, for instance. So I took that character through raids and got that piece of gear, and I have memories and history with my character. Whereas in this one, I have memories and history from my build, in the process of building the character, which are innately different things. So I think that's where the love of PoE comes from, and why the community feels so deep about it, is the history in and of PoE itself is ingrained of all of you within the PoE community, because you have that lineage of characters, which in and of itself is the game. Right? Okay. I think I understand PoE. No, that's a good game. Okay, I think I get it. I think I get why you guys like it. I think I could get how I could develop myself into quite loving the game. And, you know what? That's not what I expected when I started playing the game. It's very different than what I thought it was, which is a smash and loot grab, which is part of it, but not really the core of the game. I find myself surprised by what the game actually is. See, now that I get the game, or at least why people love the game, or at least what I think, I understand the chat much better over the last few days. Why people were so eager to explain things while I'm doing it. You guys are reliving the history of somebody doing what you did the first time. And the history is important to why you enjoy the game. So it's sort of living vicariously through sharing of mutual history, right? Which was difficult.
Oh my god, what is this? What is this?
changed. Our old lives are gone, but there is a new.
Unbelievable. Should you give me a break? This is abnormal. Fucking normal.
To do while doing a blind playthrough, but that's what makes the blind playthrough good, is you don't get that experience if I didn't share that experience with you. Instead of, if I went and looked up a build guide immediately, then you wouldn't have been sharing the experience of me figuring out, therefore the content would have been shit. So going into future games that could be like that, I have to remember that. For at least games that already have a community and history behind them, it would be better not to know what I'm doing. I'm speaking from an entertainment perspective, not necessarily from like being good at the game perspective. I'm just thinking like in order to make the best content better. Some games will be good to do that with in the future.
This is Fallout Mobile, a Java-based mobile phone game from 2009. Using assets from Fallout 1, 2 and 3, it is the first Fallout game on a portable platform, way before Fallout Shelter. So how come you've probably never heard of it then? Is Todd trying to hide the last bastion of classic Fallout from us? A game that closer evokes the original 90s titles many fell in love with? And why is there barely any information about this game anywhere online? It's time to change now. My treacherous journey took me from obscure and untrusty Russian Kraken sites to a haven of scum and villainy, and a trip to the scariest of them all. This is the story of the Fallout game Bethesda doesn't want you to know about. Cast your mind back to the mobile phones of 2009. Before we had to choose between Google and Apple as to whom we wish to hand over our data, there were Blackberries, slidey Nokias, crappy touchscreen LGs, and if you were really cool, you were whipping out a flip phone with that satisfying. That's the good stuff. Among these relics, there was also the iPhone, a device about to change the mobile market forever, and with it, the mobile gaming market. This is around the time that big publishers hadn't yet understood mobile gaming, before they transitioned into pumping out digital gacha machines built under the guise of taking a popular franchise and creating what is mechanically a good game, only for its soul to have been destroyed to squeeze out a few bucks from children and those unlucky enough to have become addicted to these deceptive tactics. Which brings us to our sponsor, Raid Shadow. No, don't worry. This was the era of the ill-fated direct port. While technologically impressive, they never sold well enough to keep the big publishers interested in the mobile market. We're talking KOTOR 1 and 2, XCOM, Civilization, Sonic the Hedgehog 4, the episodic Telltale games and so on. Console games, but on your phone and tablet, with the necessary caveats of degraded graphics, frustrating controls, and a method of draining your battery in an hour. ZeniMax had seen this growing trend and wanted to throw its hat onto the pile. The chances of the Gamebryo engine scaling down to a mobile platform were close to nil, but that didn't prevent the rumor mills from spinning the story, with all manners of clickbaity titles. Bethesda has designed iPhone versions of Fallout 3, where Todd specifically says they have designed versions of a Fallout-style game on iPhone, which didn't work. So maybe the journalists were doing what they do best and creatively lying. The optimism wasn't just false hype though. Over at id Software, John Carmack had been busy porting games to the new Apple platform, including the iconic Wolfenstein and Doom. He also mentioned the possibility of a mobile Fallout game, and that if it were to happen, it would most likely be a joint venture between Bethesda and id. This still doesn't sound like Fallout 3, but another project, possibly closer to id's own Wolfenstein RPG, or the mobile Elder Scrolls games from the mid-2000s. The iPhone was still in its infancy, and those games I mentioned earlier wouldn't come until 2011 onwards. So where does this 2009 Fallout Mobile originate from? The game was circulated all over the web to the communities that were interested on J2ME game download sites and the like. Mobile games often had their limitations, and Fallout Mobile is no different in this regard. In the early days, there was WAP. No, not that kind. Wireless Application Protocol games played like text-based adventures, albeit with basic monochrome artwork. Some had movement, like the Timeless Snake, but it was still very basic. With the advent of a mobile Java environment named J2ME, more advanced mobile games could be developed for the underpowered mobile phone market. These phones, while rudimentary compared to what we have today, did have access to the internet, with bespoke web browsers designed for their limited capabilities. The browsers were often not much more than a mile of text with the rare heavily compressed image or two, but they did offer a necessary component: download links. You could download ringtones, terrible renditions of music, saucy images, and of course, video games. Oftentimes these cost money, but sometimes they were free, as long as you were ignoring your steadily increasing data bill. Franchises gently continued to package a simple J2ME applet under a Fast and Furious, FIFA, Fred Astaire's Dance Dance Finger Revolution, and many other games starting there with the market. So why not Fallout? Interplay and cheap and odious companies that never try to cash in on this new golden age. Zenimax had no qualms doing it, and I'm not talking about the travel games. All their stories, those are realities. No, I mean with lithium tying a bastardization of a fan favorite. The quick knockoff with very any relation to the source material, purely developed something a few bucks off of those cheers in the surely then, when the big man said got control of the Fallout a similar fate was bestowed upon the wasteland. Indeed, that is what I believe Fallout Mobile to be at first. A forgotten relic that was rightfully only remembered as a small advertisement at the time of the game manual. But this Fallout game is more interesting than that. There's an air of mystery in its obscurity. Over the course of a decade, you can find social media posts, usually on Twitter, linking to a download to the game, often by the same handful of accounts. These appear to be bots, but it is very odd why a small legion of them will choose links to a mobile Fallout game. The game itself has a Spanish version, a poorly translated English version, and 2 Russian versions with different artwork, not only from the English version, but from each other. What the hell is going on with all of this? The nature of this Java app means that the most popular J2ME emulator on PC, Free J2ME, doesn't work. This is often stated to be the most compatible emulator, and yet this 2009 game will not function. Instead, if you would like to play the game, we have to use a forgotten piece of software hidden away on the internet archive. It doesn't look like the game was ever sold, and if it was, it wasn't done so with the consent of the creators. As this about screen says, this is a post-Black Isle game, made after that development team. The original creators of Fallout had already disbanded. Who is Almy Music then, and who are these people? I reached out to the original developers so that we can finally declare the origins of this odd little game. The programmer, Daniel Amerio Nunez, and designer Hector Amerio Nunez are brothers in this obscure Fallout game that managed to successfully spread itself across the underbelly of the internet was all a fan project, specifically a project for a game contest hosted by the University of Alcalá de Henares. The Nunez brothers had developed it as they attended their higher education, which essentially puts the nail in the coffin for all the conspiracies surrounding this game. But the story doesn't end there. What about all the translations? And why do they have different artwork from the original Spanish one? Daniel doesn't know, as he was not involved with these additional versions. Other J2ME developers had taken the original fan game and made their own modifications, adding in new loading screens and changing the game language. This was made easier by Daniel leaving the development files and Java code freely available within a resource folder. And what about Bethesda? Did they ever reach out to the Nunes brothers? That they did. And if there's one thing we know about Bethesda, it's that they don't take kindly to people overstepping their IPs, as was the case here. They reached out to the Spanish developers asking them to cease development, or else risk being sued, which, given Bethesda's history, I'm sure we all saw a mile away. The Nunes brothers must be commended for developing a competent fan game given the technical limitations that they were working within for the contest. To prove how impressed I was with this two-man fan project, I played through the game to demonstrate it to those of you who are curious, rather than analyze the game as I normally would in the multi-hour epics on this channel, given that this is a fan-made game not necessarily intended to be critiqued by the gaming audience at large. I think it's fair to instead play through the game with the intention of enjoying the process, no matter how good or bad it may be. Sit back and enjoy a comedic look at Fallout Mobile in all its endearing jankiness.
We start the game and we get this wonderful menu with art ripped straight out of Fallout 3 promotions. Let's go for the options here. Turn on autosave. Not sure that's what it works. And we have some extras here. Fallout Tario, which I assume is a wiki, maybe? Yes, okay, so we have a wiki here. And the weird thing with this game is the translation really varies from being actually quite good to other times being awful. Long ago, they were humans affected by radiation. Treated as monsters, they have been forced to withdrawn to zones where they can live in peace, which is close enough. And we can skip through here and you can see like most things that you are hopefully see in the game are here. Right, let's go check out this guide there. Now this is making me think that maybe this is a human translation, not a machine, because I don't think that Google Translate would throw down that and stolen a either. And here we have photos of stolen art. These are all stolen. The original game. I guess this was a method to give some background to the characters they didn't want to be the right. To play, but I guess there's no way they could give you any background. So it's just here in a random guide you can flick through. As you can see, like this art, obviously not from Fallout. That one is. And you can see as well the way they've just drawn on the Vault-Tec clothing. And with the mention of Vault 15 here, you know that the story is kind of following Fallout 1, and we'll get into that a bit later. It essentially is a remake of Fallout 1 itself onto mobile phones. The translation here is not perfect. Sandly Sands rather than Shady Sands. Like the lore here we go, it's like long ago he was a salesperson of cars. Now he's dedicated to recruit and direct an army of secrets. What an interesting character development. He's finally got bored of selling those Toyotas and it was time to take over the world. But the cool leader, which is Harold, who is arguably not a ghoul. Some really weird recolors of Fallout 2 art here. Yeah, I have to believe that this is machine translated. I'm not entirely sure there is a translator on the About page. To be honest, I'm not impressed with their work, sad to say. I read that likes a lot of drugs. That sounds like it could be free from Fallout. Gotta say, flicking through here, there is a lot of characters. And we have the Master, which is obviously not the Master from Fallout 1. The changes of names as well, like that's Aradesh from Fallout 1, or Brian. Yeah, Brian works. And then this is the one that stands up to me. More Fallout 3 art. This did come out in 2009. Fallout 3 was released. I'm just shocked that they had the balls to steal Bethesda's artwork while Bethesda were making Fallout games. That's not a company you want to mess with, and it's possibly why this game didn't last very long and can only now be downloaded on archive sites. So that's the extras. Now let's head into the game. Do we want to see the tutorial?
Yeah.
Yes, we do, because I don't know how to play this game. It's a non-lineal ball-playing game. You are the one who decides how to finish the mission. It is not necessary to complete all missions. Sure, it's an RPG, yep. Advice, talk to the whole world. This is just basically telling you how to play Fallout. If you want a guide on how to play Fallout 1, here you go, you can get it on your phone. And remember, this is only a game. Do not try this at home. That's a good disclaimer to have. Let's go with man. He said to put 1 point in guns, so let's do that. Yeah, let's just do guns and lockpick. Oh, I just noticed it says Especial rather than special. That must be added by them, because surely in the Spanish translation they wouldn't have changed it to Especial, because that's an additional attribute that doesn't exist in the original Fallout. Should note that these skills don't spell Especial. Ooh, don't intro. All music presents. There's no sound either or music. The background music you're hearing is added in post. The game is completely silent. War never changes. That's Fallout 3. That's Fallout 2 art. War. The war never changes. After centuries of conflicts, the humanity is devastated. And, okay, didn't get the time to read it. Only some privilege can enter the bunker prepared by the governments. Your history begins now. Alright, we got a map screen. It loads very fast. And this is, as you can tell, Fallout 1 and 2. Straight up ripped the artwork, the sprites, everything from that game. And they've managed to successfully demake it down into J2ME, into a small Java mobile experience file. It's very cool to see. We can take all this from the chest, a mini map. I assume we are the Vault Boy icon there, and red must be other NPCs. Player, this is our character sheet. 100 health points. We are level 0. Nice. Inventory. So this is what we just picked up. Now it says to press asterisk to view. I don't know how to do that with the numpad because this actually doesn't show you what the hotkeys are. So we can luckily just open up this little keypad. And that helps us out. Right, so these are also been translated. Yeah, a very powerful medicine as a stim pack. Radio, a water bottle with water is indispensable for a good traveler. I wonder if
Spafa. Welcome to my channel.
see this thing right here? This is one of those multicolor pens. I like it. It's fine. I actually am quite fond of it. And you know what? If I lost it today... Gone. Lost. Oh, can you use it on me? Can you use it on me, please? Can you use it on me? Can you use it on me, please? Can you use it on me, please? Can you use it on me, please? Well, that was not a great idea.
HBDES. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, that goes dying in a few seconds. Oh. GG's. Can you tell my friend to shower? No, chat. Are you gonna pay their water bills? I didn't think so. Let them shower whenever they feel like it. I'm sure it will rain this week. Then I guess. That's it. Keep her and not show myself. Yes, yes. Oh my god, shot. Brother. That wasn't a mind game, that was a mind kidnap. Jesus. I think that's a hit. Oh, it is a hit thanks to unrelenting, chat. Let's go. A mistake against Blight is not the same as a mistake against the Clown. The Clown, a mistake is to take a hit, take 2 hits, and go down next to a gen with Jolt, and the killer has pop faders. That's a mistake. Other than that, you're probably fine. A mistake on this guy is show yourself across the map while you're injured and then on hook. Oh, I'm a Scottish junkie. There you go. Celebrate it. We have lives? Well, some of you might not. Some of you might die soon due to a horrible anime addiction. And then when you inevitably pass away and you know, and you die, then you will be like, damn, my one regret in life, I played too much Twins. Shit. I could have built a legacy. I could have had a family. I could have started a business. Yes, perfect. That wasn't perfect. Okay. Danny, thank you. Well, that wasn't great, but it wasn't very good. But honestly, you get this at starting point collision, especially if they don't do super well after. Yeah, this will be. The mind show has to mend. She's walking to get rid of the Killmonger. Bro, what is this? Halloween movie? Why is everyone getting stabbed left and right? Why is everyone walking? Mr. Prey sent the scoop. What is going on to Blender, Myers, and Farm? What? Chat, are you ready to something absolutely mind-blowing? Oh, Meg, you're about to step on other traveling things. Oh no, I chased in the wrong direction. What am I gonna do? Oh no. What the actual? We're getting juice, chat. I need to whiff. No. No. What? You dummy! Since we didn't get a lot of action, I think I might just end the stream if we don't get a game now. I just had to thread it. Oh, dude. Oh, it's so easy, chat. It's so easy. It's so easy. Oh my god.
Hello friends, this is Ox.
Hello friends, this is my copyright lawyer about to see your butt. How can we tell if that gate is locked? Okay, there's the red light. We're checking. Okay, there's the red light. Hey, what's up? I like the streamer you have in the background. You're stream snapping me? You're stream snapping me, you dick. Dick, how dare you, dude? Come on, you need to open right now. You need to open right now. Open! Oh, I'm next to the bad guy already. I don't think he sees me though, so. Oh shit.
Get up there, sonny boy.
Yeah.
Just stay quiet.
Uh-oh.
We'll make my soup.
American healthcare, man.
Oh god.
This is just terrible surgery. I'm coming, brother, or cousin, or both. Yeah, perfect. He's gonna feed him. Yeah, go feed him a bunch. Sorry, I want to see this animation. I see. Some things never change, huh? Oh, Jesus. What the hell? Dude, that was so slow. Dude, I've been stunned for 5 minutes.
Just wait for it, wait for it.
He's like, don't get out, you're gonna get shot. Oh my god. Yo! These athletes are getting more and more talented these days. Yeah, let's go, Dylan. Are you stupid, son? Oh. Wait, he opened the door for me? Wait, is he stupid? You opened the door for me! You opened it for me, buddy! Not too late! Now you opened it! Thanks! Shit! Dumbass! What the hell? Oh my god! I just killed a man! No, come to me. No. Come to me and you wait here and I'll go up the stairs. Yeah, you wait right there. Don't even break it, just wait. Bro, what's happening? Get you.
You don't have to think that far back to remember a time when online dating was just the most embarrassing thing you could possibly do. Only the most dangerous creeps on the fringe of society would suggest such a thing. The stinkiest losers. Flash forward to the present day, something like 3 out of 10 Americans are on online dating apps now. And although it seems like nobody actually loves to use these things, that big cloud of shame is long gone. That being said though, online dating becoming so ubiquitous has led to brand new problems. Problems that sometimes have far-reaching and disastrous effects. So for today's episode of Tales from the Internet, let's talk about the story of West Elm Caleb. This video is sponsored by Helix. Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding, custom fit to your needs and shipped free right to your door. Everyone sleeps differently, so Helix has you take a sleep quiz to match your body type and sleep preferences. I'm a side sleeper, so Helix set me up with a sunset mattress. I'm on my second Helix account over the course of more than 2 years. And I got the Glaciotex upgrade on my new one because I like to sleep cool. I've also been using the Helix frame and foundation, which are superior to box springs for full mattresses, and I've been having the best sleep of my life. Helix delivers your mattress right to your door with free shipping in the US. It comes rolled up in a box and it's easy to set up. And to make sure you love your Helix mattress, they have a 100 nights of sleep trial. You also get a 10-year warranty, as well as financing options and flexible payment plans. Also, Helix mattresses are fiberglass free. Helix is running their Labor Day sale right now, so it's a great time to upgrade your mattress. You can get 25% off your purchase for a limited time. Check out the Helix site for more details. Just go to helixsleep.com/rank or click the link in the description. It all began on January 11, 2022 with a TikTok by Mimi Shu. Mimi is known for her comedic shorts about being single in New York City, and this was no different, lamenting a person named Caleb that ghosted after their first date. The details of this 10-second clip are sparse. There's quite literally nothing except his name, yet it received an influx of comments from women claiming to be familiar with the man in question. Is it the West Elm guy? Bruh, not the West Elm Caleb. I'm screaming, so we're all talking about the same guy. They all shared a similar story. He was 6'4", had a mustache, and he designed furniture. Everything was going great until he left them unread. The response was enough for me to post a follow-up the next week.
I wasn't gonna make a video about this, but I feel like it's my duty as your Asian older sister to warn my New York City girls about this Caleb from West Elm.
When Mimi noticed the comments, she was confused. Her TikTok was actually about a completely different man who worked in finance. Be that as it may, this other Caleb's notoriety was difficult to ignore. So her curiosity got the better of her and she reached out to one of the girls in private. The first thing she asked was about a peculiar account in her DMs. It was a guy named Caleb who replied that he was also quite tall. Mimi ignored him, but noticed that his bio mentioned that he worked for West Elm. The source confirmed that this was in fact the very same Caleb, putting a face to the name before explaining her experience.
We first confirmed that it is the same Caleb that DM'd me, and I'm like, wondering why. She told me that they've known him before, and that he's been talking into her for a while, and he is like love bombing her, even though he never met up with her, like had not gone on a first date. Like that is the biggest red flag out of all the red flags.
For those unaware, love bombing is when someone showers you with excessive amounts of affection. It aims to manipulate the recipient emotionally and create a sense of indebtedness. This tactic is often considered to be part of the cycle of abuse. This resonated with me because we saw it as an indictment of his character.
Damn it.
Sorry, but
the source then sent a series of TikToks from another individual. It showed a woman gushing about her. This was concerning as the whole sign pointed to this being West Elm Caleb. That assumption was the final push for Mimi to post the video and send directly to
Can't carry any more of that.
so giddy, and I'm like, oh my god, I recognize this. That used to be
over.
stupid and naive. This is why we need that app I just talked about. We leave reviews of guys when dating on Hinge. Then subtle videos.
I can't carry any more of that.
I'm just gonna leave it up to the TikTok gods now, and if this video shows up on your For
If the women of New York City weren't speaking out before, they were now. The video secured an even larger response, amassing over 120,000 likes, and it helped paint an endearing picture of the dating habits. One user wrote that he forgot their date, while others said he lied about being offline. Naturally, it wasn't long until it reached Caleb himself. His profiles on Hinge and Bumble were deleted later that day. This, of course, was in vain as jilted ex-lovers continued to piece things together. If you recall, this video was intended for a specific New York City influencer. Because of its virality, it actually managed to reach her. 3 days later, Kate Lavin began posting about her date. She was ecstatic, describing him as a tall, financially stable Midwest boy. But as you guessed, that excitement left her after being tagged in the new video.
I have some matters to address. I don't know if everyone's even gonna know what I'm talking about. However, POV, you're me, scrolling on TikTok. I get tagged in a video. Talking about this guy, West Elm Caleb. And I go, shit, I've been seeing West Elm Caleb. Whoa. And the video's like talking about the guys who's ghosting people, the comment section was bad. So I guess people put 2 and 2 together. I'm describing him as like a tall Midwest boy. That's was in the video, obviously. So I'm like, shit. If you text me to talk about it, and also I've been DMing other girls too, like they're telling me like what was happening.
After a brief confrontation, Kate decided to cut him off. But she was understandably still hurt and trying to make sense of this.
I don't really consider myself too dumb and naive. I was very giddy in the video just because I was like, that's kind of my style of TikTok. I have been up on before. One guy told me he wasn't on the 3rd date, so I like don't think I'm naive. And I didn't really have any red flags with this guy. Like we didn't even kiss. Like I didn't get intimate luckily with him, so I don't feel like I am like devastated now. I'm devastated because I thought it was like going well.
It may seem like the story should end there, but this was only the beginning. Several more influencers came forward and Caleb. It became a half-hearted badge of honor as they joked about feeling famous. This in turn revealed more specific interactions that incensed the mob even further. Take Kate Pear, who first spoke to him in October. Pear explains that they matched on Hinge and intended to meet around Halloween. However, this was cut short after Caleb sent a picture of his wiener.
Long story short, I'm waiting online at a bar and he sent me a full mirror selfie with his face and his everything in it with his penis out. And I was like, 1, that's very risky. 2, what the fuck? And then the next day proceeds to ghost me.
She received no explanation until he reached out months later to apologize. He expressed a fear of being used for his body, as he was quite well endowed.
The next month, messages me again and goes, sorry, like I was just afraid that you were going to use my body. I was like, huh? I thought we were getting coffee. And so he's texting me about like, you know, girls see it and see that it's big and don't want anything else and they get used for my body. And I was like, welcome to being a woman.
Pear took this at face value and gave him another chance, only for it to immediately happen again.
Then he asked me on Snapchat, and I don't know why the fuck I was even entertaining giving him another chance. We were like, okay, maybe we'll get lunch or something. And I was like, maybe I'll give you a second to explain the audacity of yourself. And then he asked me on Snapchat if I got it, and then it's another photo of his penis. And I was like, what the fuck? Are you absolutely out of your mind?
Okay, this is it.
The TikTok then ends with a series of messages to confirm its legitimacy. Now, the conversation online was always drifting towards the invasion of privacy. Besides his job and location were pictures of his dating profile. They were at least censored, showing some minor attention. That changed after a video by Kel's Bell's Baby opening up the floodgates. Kelly, like so many before, only really approved after her For You page. But unlike the others, she was in a committed relationship with Caleb for the past 6 weeks.
So this man randomly is like going at my way, and I'm just like, oh, hey, no, doing things, normal, like rushing me out of the home Saturday, and then we just hang out with me on Sunday because he's learning to that way.
Upon realizing that he had been cheating, she saw it just go in depth in their personal affairs. This includes revealing his face to the internet for the first time.
Anyway, what y'all really came here for was his reveal. But I'm posting this not so y'all can like harass him, but just so you know that he's sus and I don't want what happened to me to happen to anybody else or the thousands of other women in the comments. But this is him. And I thought about not posting this. And then I realized he didn't call, text, or even try to apologize to me. So I said no.
In light of this, Kate reached out to Kelly to create a definitive timeline. Her findings were presented publicly the next day. It is exhaustive in comparison to the other videos lasting about 2 minutes. This is because she too came to disregard her privacy.
Hello there. Momability's back. You know, yesterday I was like, oh, I kind of respect privacy, but no. West on Caleb, let's get into the story time as a primary source, because now I'm seeing people trying to do timelines that are not involved in the matter, and I'm like, hey, what's your duty as a woman?
Kate's second date with Caleb came on January 15th, the night before the story expired. And it went perfectly as they continued texting the next day. Then, she got tagged in Reed's video. Kate began to panic, only to receive a preemptive message from Caleb. I was well aware at this point that TikTok was her job.
Like, it was at like 6:30 on Monday. I got text from Caleb, and I don't really give a fuck this man with
This would be the first time you'd see Caleb's reaction to the backlash. I'm really upset right now. So apparently a girl with a huge TikTok following made a video about how a tall boy named Caleb took her on a date and never talked to her. Then it seems that in her comment section, a few girls that were like, is this West Elm Caleb? So then she made a separate video to say it wasn't West Elm Caleb, but that she talked to those girls and wanted to warn everyone about me because I guess I ghosted them. I've had a few coworkers message me already because they saw it. At the same time, she got an influx of DMs from those concerned about her potential run-in, including one from Kelly. They started comparing notes and found that he was more calculating than initially thought. He was sending them the same messages. He was sending them the same romantic playlists. He even took them on the same dates. Perhaps the most salacious detail was that Caleb woke up in Kelly's bed the morning of his next date with Kate.
Now here's where it gets sick and twisted. Kelly saw in my video that my first date with Caleb was on Saturday. She woke up in Caleb's bed on Sunday. She was with Caleb Saturday morning. Caleb and I went on a date at 3 p.m. on Saturday. The audacity to say my man was fucking mustache. The audacity!
Following this, Kate confronted Caleb, to which he admitted to her. This allowed them to have a more serious conversation about his behavior. It felt genuine enough for her to agree to these details private. Then she scrolling through to tell the story of her opinion changed. The video ended while listening to social media. She ignored his full name.
I'm here to confirm, yes, Caleb saw the original video in a tiny fashion right after the video with some speculation. I don't know if that's true or not true. I know he has a burner TikTok now and he's commenting on the original video. His ad is like Caleb sucks or something. And then he deactivated his design Instagram, which I also saw on Instagram. And yeah, he clicked on his photo and linked into the photo on the train tracks is not Caleb.
Needless to say, the story had now changed. It was no longer that half of New York City dated the same guy. It was that they'd been hurt by him. Love bombing, unsolicited nudes, and now cheating. There was no substance to declare West Elm Caleb as TikTok's villain of the week. The shaming felt virtuous, with some likening it to the movie John's Must Die. It's a teen comedy about 3 girls who plot revenge against the boy who gave all 3 of them a season. The hashtag went on to amass over 100 million views, escaping onto the broader internet. It spilled onto Twitter, and tabloids, and news outlets, which published his name and face. His profile was minted as an NFT. Several brands made tweets and videos referencing him. A rival dating app even put up a billboard in his bio. It was far-reaching enough to get coverage on TV. Having said that, not everyone saw this as a good thing. The response was disproportionate to his actions. And that's all without mentioning stalking and harassment. Nothing was all to his high school days. There were efforts to have the man fired and even to confront him in person. It got to the point where there started to be a lot of pushback. People started fighting against his mass notification. They argued that there was no need for his personal information to be exposed to and that attempting to ruin his whole life over selfish dating habits was disproportionate. As more people spoke up, the public opinion began to shift. It became the subject of think pieces about mob justice and cyberbullying. The overwhelming opinion was that Caleb was manipulative, but his treatment was horrific. However, not everyone agreed on that assessment. There was also significant backlash from those who felt he did nothing wrong. They saw him as a hero for subjecting to women to what they felt men regularly went through.
So I matched with this boy on Hinge last week. I was like, okay, another dude to add to my arsenal, it's fine.
This contingent felt that the best course of action would be to return fire with memes mocking Kate's appearance. This and the flood of negative comments led her to delete her Twitter account. But Kate had actually come to agree that the extreme vitriol towards Caleb had not been over. She issued an apology before removing all of her videos related to the story. And Kate wasn't alone in that. Many of the women involved wound up retracting their statements. I think this is an important reminder of their perspective. Most of the story transpired over the course of 48 hours. I think if you really went to this event and didn't realize how far-reaching and destructive this would be until the story. Many were approached with career opportunities, reality shows, sex toy sponsors. It's all a truly bizarre scenario. Most of them were ultimately able to brush past it and move on with their careers. But it's uncertain if the same can be said of S.W. who remains hidden in the public. Nonetheless, it's a reminder of how destructive these cycles can be, even when they begin with good intentions. Anyway, that's all for now. If you like this video, be sure to turn on notifications, and check out my video about the photographer who sold his models to the
Ex-Valve dev calls out IGN on Baldur's Gate 3 review. Gives similar take on early access games. Okay, here we go.
So Baldur's Gate 3, IGN and early access. Let's talk about this because I think IGN is having a negative impact on the game industry. Okay. And I've talked to them a few times about this, and I just posted some big thing on it. All right. And it's worth a little discussion, right? Sure. So right now there's one of the editorial pieces on IGN is claiming that Baldur's Gate 3 was perfection. The first time it touched the public's hands, there were no bugs. It was the greatest thing ever. And why can't all other devs be like that? Oh, you idiots. IGN actually gave Baldur's Gate 3 a 7 of 10. That was an early access review 3 years ago. Right, that video, if you watch it, has ignored that there's 3 years of early access feedback. Now, a 7 of 10 review, not that great.
I feel like a 7 out of 10 is good. Like, if somebody told me I was a 7 out of 10, that would be an improvement.
But Baldur's Gate 3 and the studio made it happens to have a large community around it that wants the game and they have money. So they got those early sales because the community wants it and they gave them feedback. And that's what early access is about. Right. Early access is about developers going out, putting something in players' hands and getting that raw feedback. Yeah. That's what we want. We want to hear, this is a bad idea, you should change this, you should add this. Yeah. In my own game, in early access, it became clear we needed to have versus mode. We needed to have versus mode before the 1.0 release, and that's great. But we also got bad reviews because we didn't have it, right? But so IGN actually reviewed our game. Okay. They gave it a 5 of 10. Was it rough when it first came out? I've spoke honestly about that. Yeah, we were in a rough spot. But also, it's a 4-player co-op game. And they treat early access titles lesser, so they don't, let's say, have 4 players play your 4-player co-op game. They also don't revisit it, where a big title like Baldur's Gate 3...
This is a problem with early access games. It's the bridge builder and dick sucker thing. It's that as soon as a game comes out, people have already made their decision about it. So, like, if the impression is bad... If you have like one bad impression, that is going to color everybody's perspective for a long period of time. So what game is he talking about? I think he's talking about basically how early access games don't get taken as seriously, and the places like IGN don't contextualize games that have no bugs as being a product of early access. Now, I don't entirely agree with him on that being a problem, because, like, for example, PUBG was in early access for over a year, and it got forced out of early access, it seems to me, like, for the holiday season, like one Christmas, and it was still bad. So the problem is that, like, this is the biggest issue with early access, is that for some developers, early access is collaboration with the community on developing a product and making it more in line with what the community wants. But for other developers, early access is an early paycheck. And that's, I think, the biggest concern. It's that for some people, they try to get early access and they try to, you know, like, get it out there so they can make money. And also, like, that's not fundamentally a bad thing. Like, for example, if you're a small studio, you don't have a lot of money, you have to get it out there and have people that believe in it. That's why you have Kickstarters. That's why you have, you know, these other GoFundMes and stuff like this. I don't know if people use video game GoFundMes, but, like, you know, things that are like Kickstarter. I think Kickstarter is the main one. and Patreon. I think Patreon's another big one. That all of these things are intended to help developers develop a game with collaboration from the community, right? But the issue is that whenever you do that, and then the effort doesn't really seem like it's there, development is taking too long, you know, like you're in a Kira video about, hey, this video game was going to be made 7 years ago, and now the owner just posted on LinkedIn that he bought a new yacht. You know, this is going to be a problem. But the truth is that, like, early access, a lot of people view early access as the release of the game. And I don't think this is a good thing, but I think it's true. Like, for example, with Wayfinder. The moment the game comes out into the public, it needs to either be perfect or it's bad. And also, the other big problem is that people don't like changing their minds. Just in general, nobody likes to change their mind. People would rather double down on something that's not true than adjust their perspective based off of new evidence. That's just how it is. And that, obviously I'm talking in generalities, right? So of course there are people that are not like this, but there are a huge contingent of people who are. And on the internet, yes, especially on the internet. So the problem with early access is that early access oftentimes puts a product out there that is not ready to be consumed by the public in a critical state, right? In terms of, like, is this a good game? Well, it's not, and the developers agree with you. That's why it's not released yet, right? But the problem is that people don't see that nuance, and I think the issue is that people don't see the nuance behind what is buying an early access game. Buying an early access game is buying, I think, also like 50-50, like you're buying the game, but the other half of it is buying into the vision of the development team. So, and everybody goes into early access with that information available to them. Because, like, for example, if you buy it on Steam, it says, there's like 5 warnings, like, early access, the game might not be finished, there might be problems with it. Are you sure? Are you double sure? Do you want to confirm your details? And then you buy it, right? So the issue with early access, again, is that people they click through all of that stuff, and then they turn on the game, and it's problematic in one way or another, and then they get mad about it. That's it. You buy early access, you're buying something that's not complete. Yes, if you buy early access, you are buying something that's not complete. And yes, biggest thing is, and also, so like that compounds the problem that, like, usually a game is in early access and it gets better over time, generally. But the issue is that people's first impression of the game is what matters more than anything.
They'll revisit. I think like 3 or 4 times they've updated that review, right? And getting better each time. Good job, Larry N. You guys are doing exactly what early access is about. You're putting it in players' hands, you're getting feedback. That is what every developer wants to do. Yes. But the problem is, with IGN saying, hey, if you're charging money for this, we're going to give you as harsh as we can be. We're going to teach you a lesson.
Yeah, and I think that's a very, it's very detrimental for everybody. I think he actually is making a very good point here. Because, yes, you are totally fucking right. It's the developers that put a game out for early access. You should criticize the game as harshly as possible, because that's helpful to the game. But I think that criticism needs to be contextualized around the idea that it is in early access. Doesn't early access mean it's an unfinished game? It fundamentally means that it's an unfinished game. That's like saying, is an unfinished game unfinished? Yes. And you buy it knowing that. It's like if you buy something that's refurbished or something that's used, it's not new. Here they come. So you can't buy something that's refurbished or used and be like, man, this doesn't have that new car smell, huh? I knew it was a fucking scam. Yeah, these car salesmen, they all do the same thing, huh? They try to sell you a car, and it doesn't have the new car smell. Look at that. And he's buying a used 2010 Toyota. Can you believe that?
So what they've done is actually hurt a lot of developers who wanted to use early access to get that feedback, because they don't want to get that early. negative review because I feel like, oh.
Because then, again, the reason why getting the early negative review is bad is because as soon as the review comes out, well, then the game's bad. Right? Because if it's not bad, then why did I read that it was bad? And, like, people will, again, do mental gymnastics, jump through hoops to rationalize why their opinion is not wrong. Nobody likes changing their opinion.
Your small team with a small community.
DNK. Welcome to my channel.
Well,
that's over.
I fought the low and the low one. I fought the low and the low one.
Well, community. It's really hard. It's really hard to look at the 5 and 10 review. You're going to get that thrown in your face. You know how many times that review?
I also don't even know if this is a problem with IGN. And the reason why is that IGN, like, let's say they contextualize their review and they say, hey, this is early access, it's going to improve, this is a work in progress. you know, you have to understand that. You can't just go and say that, you know, this is the finished product, so please keep everything that we say, keep that in mind with everything that we say. If they said that, nobody would listen. So is it really IGN's fault that the community is stupid? And should IGN not review games because the community is stupid? Well, I don't agree with that at all. I think the IGN should be able to review whatever they want. But it is a problem that I think the community collectively needs to overcome. Because the issue, again, is that early access is simultaneously used as a shield for long development cycles, missed promises, failed promises, games going into development hell while still trying to raise more money through a cash shop. And this is, it kind of, it's like... It's like, you know, you have like 100 M&Ms and 5 of them are poison. Do you want to eat any of the M&Ms? Well, no. So people have the same perspective with early access games. So like just a few of them spoiled a whole bunch. A few bad apples.
You gets reposted on our Steam forums. Not anymore. People like our game now. Now we're awesome, right? But if we got re-reviewed? No! Of course not! We're a tiny studio, we're early access, who cares? I mean, eventually when we go 1.0, I hope we get reviewed. But maybe not. Who knows? Maybe they'll think, hey, we did those guys already. Or, hey, shuts an ass. He keeps bringing this stuff up. Right? But that is the thing. That is the thing.
Would it be healthier if IGN and other review platforms did reviews of games, but they did not assign a number value to reviews of games that are in early access? I think that would probably be the best middle ground that I could think of. Because I think that they should absolutely... And also, like, keep in mind, everything that I'm saying, who the fuck am I to tell them what to do? They can do whatever they want. Right? I'm just saying, like, what might be better for people as a whole. Because that would solve the problem of, like... The problem is that it's a 5. Right? Like, a 5 is a number, it is an idea, 5 is half, 5 is bad. You get a 50 in school, dad's pissed.
The negative impact IGN is having on the industry is one of the biggest review places left. It's like them, GameSpot. I mean, I read Rock Paper Shotgun. Like, I read like all.
I don't like this because I think that there's a lot of YouTube commentary creators who provide like very good reviews to a tremendous audience of people, like a massive audience. Like I would say that SkillUp probably has a larger audience than all of these places put together in terms of people that read them, or people that watch them. Like you've got people like Donkey. Donkey's massive, right? You've got Angry Joe. You've got Force Gaming. You've got Lazy Peon. Like I watch a lot of these guys. You have the smaller ones, like Mortismal Gaming. He is so good. Moist reviews games as well. Let's see. AGC. AGC, I'm not sure who that is. Game Ranks, yeah. And Seth. Well, Seth is like a little bit different, right? Actman reviews games. Yeah, ACG. I still don't know who ACG is. I'm confused why you want to score because you can see improvement. Well, yeah, but like, I don't think that... I still disagree with that because I would score a game that's in early access contextually around the fact that it's in early access. So whenever I see like, oh, this is an early access game, well, like, I would give it like, let's say a 6, but if it was a release, I'd say it's a 4. So I still feel like that's... I feel like assigning a number value to rank an early access game, I feel like maybe that's really the problem. Because we all agree that reviews, you should be able to review anything you want, right? Of course. And we also agree that putting a number value on... Maybe people don't agree with this, but I do. Putting a number value on a game solidifies the way that people view the game. So it's like... Because it's not good to solidify the way people view a game whenever the game isn't solidified itself, right? So maybe the best thing to do is to review games and not assign scores to early access games. I don't know. I think that seems like the smartest thing. I'm talking a lot. I'm sorry I'm taking so long, but I just have a lot to say about this. If we were judging an art sketch, the artist and the community would be so mad. Gaming is the only one that doesn't care about it. Well, it's because whenever you're judging an art sketch, you usually don't have to pay for it. And the issue with early access is that whenever you're charging money for a product, you are still buying a product. And people just ignore the buyer beware of early access and just completely ignore it. Totally ignore it. And they say, that doesn't matter. You charge me money, the game should be perfect. Which I think is an unreasonable perspective from the buyer. Because you're buying something with all of the prior knowledge that it's not going to be ready yet. I think it's just people being unreasonable. Maybe you should be a different... why are you typing it over and over? I read it the first time. You typed it before then. Why are you typing the same thing multiple times? Stop it.
The small ones, but like out of the big ones, there's only so many big ones. And they hold early access.
Just 5 seconds.
I mean, I read Rock, Paper, Shotgun. Like, I read all the smaller ones, but like out of the big ones, there's only so many big ones.
Yeah.
And they hold early access as this thing that you have to have perfection there. And then they ignore it.
Well, the problem is that if they contextualize everything around it being early access, then they get shit on by these like hyper negative gamers that are just like, I hate everything about video games nowadays. I hate battle passes. I hate microtransactions. I hate $70 video games. I actually hate $60 video games. Video games now are woke garbage, and the only good games are on the Super Nintendo, okay? And there's a lot of people like that, and they're gonna get shit on, the reviewer gets shit on whenever they contextualize things around them being early access. Because there are a lot of those people.
Own rants in their own effing rants where they talk about this. They ignore it. And why I'm a little agitated about all of this was, I actually did a podcast with Dustin a few months ago where we talked about day 0 patches. And I feel like...
Somebody said, early access is just used as an excuse for developers to sell dog shit and get away with it. So do you think Baldur's Gate 3 was dog shit? Uh-oh. Give another example. Says Baldur's Gate 3, Hollow Knight, Last Epoch, Hades, Valheim. Baldur's Gate 3 being an outlier doesn't change what I said. It's often used by bad actors. Okay, so then it's not always used as an excuse. You're just saying that like sometimes this happens. Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely agree. Yeah, sometimes you're definitely right. Sometimes this happens, but to just say that early access is an excuse for developers to sell dog shit and get away with it, I think that's so stupid. It's so reductive, and there are tons of examples that prove that wrong. People in chat literally just got done typing like 20 of them. So are there games, and also there are games that come out, they get released, and they're dog shit too. So it's not like every game that comes out is good. V Rising, yeah, there's V Rising again. He never said always. Well, I think that if you make a statement like that, and you say that early access is just an excuse, well, that's not really true. Whenever you can come up with a bunch of different examples of games that's not the case for, and many success stories for games that have grown out of early access, then no, you can't just be like, oh, well, of course there's exceptions. No, there's not just exceptions. No, this is a very common thing. You're picking major hits, which aren't the majority. Okay, and I could pick bad games that get released and they're also bad. Like, are you saying that some games that are bad are early access? Of course some games are bad that are early access. But I don't think that's a nature of early access. I think that's a nature of bad games. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it defeats his argument of generalization. Yes, of course. Picking major hits, yes. I generally say it's the norm for early access to be a good thing. I think that early access is usually a good thing. And I think that the times where early access is a bad thing, I think that we talk about them all the time because they're very controversial, but they're actually quite uncommon. Like, for example, Kira does a video about, like, Chronicles of Illyria, and it's like a 40-minute video, like, episode 1 of 7, and it's just like, this game's really bad, like Star Citizen, right? Yeah, I never said always. Every positive early access game released, there's 10 that are garbage fails. I agree with you, but I don't... That's definitely true. Absolutely, that's true. Like, I mean, you're just making up a statistic, but let's say that's true. I think that for every 10 games that get released, one of them's good. Like, I don't think this is an outcome of the game being early access. I think it's an outcome of anybody being able to make a video game. This argument is changing, of course. Depends on if the early access has improvement of the game as a purpose instead of going early to make more money. Exactly. And that's the buyer beware. And that's what I'm saying before about this whole thing, is that I don't think that you can accurately...
That was misled, right? We can't team with a switch. Rock, paper, shotgun. Like,
I'm so sorry, guys. I don't think that you can just take the you can't just take the word early access and say, yeah, this is always a bad thing, or early access is just a way for companies to, like, extort people out of money. Are there cases where this was happening? Yes. Does that mean that it's the norm? No. Are there a lot of early access success stories? Yes. So I don't think that we should look at it categorically at all, because it does seem like it's a really big mixed bag. Most of the time, it's a bad sign. I don't know if it's a bad sign. I think that, like, most games in early access, you can tell where they're going. And again, it's buyer beware. It is a free market. And if people want to put a video game out there and say it's early access, you have every tool available, because you have the internet. The game is not, you know, NDA in a lot of these cases. You can look this up, you can educate yourself on the game, and you can make an informed decision. Investigate and wait. Yeah, Rust did early access. Look at that. You did get early access to D4. I got the beta. Everybody got the beta. I didn't get creator or like press early access. No, I didn't ask for it. I wouldn't have taken it if I had. In the spirit of creating and getting feedback, shouldn't early access be free? No, because people need money to run a studio. Have you forgotten that you need money? Do you remember that? They need money. So they put the game out there for early access for people that want to support the game and support the vision of the developers to do that. Because they need money. Duh. What do you mean? Early access is a way for indie devs to say indie. Yes, and the alternative to early access is selling out to a large publisher in a lot of cases. And do you want to know what large publishers do? They make you add pre-order incentives. They make you add microtransactions. They give you profit margin expectations, battle passes, cash shops, stuff like that. They make demands in general. They want to change the gameplay away from what the original vision is. Do you really think... Here's a great question. I love PoE, but do you think that the Kirak Vault Pass would be in the game if Tencent didn't have ownership in the company? Or do you at least think the chance of it being in the game would be lower?
Okay,
come on.
This is it.
There's a lot of examples of this. Here we go.
You know, like all the smaller ones, but like out of the big ones, there's only so many big ones. And they hold early access as this thing that you have to have perfection there. And then they ignore it in their own rants, in their own epic rants where they talk about this. They ignore it. And why I'm a little agitated by all of this was, I actually did a podcast with Dustin a few months ago.
Yeah,
where we talked about Day Zero patches. And I feel like I was misled.
Day Zero patches aren't a big deal. Like, am I crazy? I don't think they're a big deal. I don't, like, it's really, it's great if you don't have one, but, like, I'm not gonna give a fuck.
I feel like there was an agenda behind asking me on there, and they weren't listening. And then they didn't get the answer they wanted. And that they wanted to say, why do game developers hate gamers or something, instead of like, hey, games are hard and releasing it to a large pool of players, and all of a sudden you have some crazy set of computers makes making games difficult. It's, every time we get more players to play our game, we learn more about what we need to make. And again, we're 4 people right now, okay? We're 4 people doing updates.
Well, this is also like one of the negative sides of, like, one thing that, like, the proliferation of things like Unreal and Unity Engine, Skyrim Engine, Roblox Engine, that people are using to make games now all the time, one of the negative things to it is that video games are not only being made by massive studios. They're being made by very small groups of people, and because they're being made by a very small group of people, a lot of the resources that large studios would have in order to test games in certain capacities, these smaller studios don't have those resources. And also, like, if you compound that, like, for example, how many variables are there in Super Mario World versus how many variables are there in Super Mario 64 versus how many variables are there in Super Mario Sunshine versus Super Mario Odyssey versus something like The Witcher 3, right? Like, you get into this, like, infinitely scaling possibility of variables. And that's whenever I think that being able to test for every use case is functionally impossible. That's why, like, even all the old games, people have all kinds of, like, little bugs and, like, weird things they can do with the old games, even if they're, like, small bugs, and it works quite well. Like, if you look at, for example, a Super Mario Brothers speedrun, they're doing all kinds of cheesy things, like jumping through blocks and shit like that. That's because those games were buggy too. It's just that there were less variables and it was less evident. And also, you didn't have the internet where everybody was collaboratively figuring out the different ways to cheese the game.
Gonna release sometime this fall. I like our game. I play our game multiple times. I play our game every day, but even just because we're testing and stuff, right? But even with the community, I ask people to play because it's just fun. Like, I like versus. I like asymmetrical versus like that, and so I really like our game. But if you go out there and look at what reviews are, and it's all early access, oh, you've got to be like, that's just the wrong effing way to do it. You can't do a thing that is purposely released trying to improve by getting feedback as a finished product. You can't do that. And by doing that...
And, like, I would also say that, like, if they released the game, like, they actually did a full release of the game, and they said, hey, you know, this is a full release, and then they used what they were saying now as an excuse, I would shit on them. But I think that if you're releasing a game, and it says early access, and whenever you're buying it on Steam, it says buyer beware early access, and you buy it, and then it turns out to be early access. Oh, how did this happen to me?
You actually are hurting the industry, and you're hurting small developers, because we're a small team. We don't have a gajillion people to test it, right? And we can't pay for, like, hey, we can't do these private testing things that, like, Ubisoft does or Valve could do, because people wanted to come in. So for Portal 2, we had lines at the door of people wanting to test it. I don't have that. I have some friends in the industry, and I can go through those. But, like, if we just want to get, like, come and Joe on the street, what do I like? It's really hard. And so we do it by releasing the game in early access, thinking that's a way that we can experiment and do that experimentation and get that feedback. And I think if you go to our Discord, we listen, we take that feedback, we're always asking for more information, for logs, whatever. We're trying to improve the game, and that's what early access should be. And so when one of the major review sites removes that ability for early access to be that, I'm pissed. And that...
I really cannot find a way that I can disagree with the idea that assigning a number value to a game in early access is a positive. I cannot think of a single way that it's a positive. It's not, yeah, I don't know.
That is kind of why I'm agitated about this. And sorry for the Baldur's Gate 3 people, because you guys made a great game. Actually, normally don't play these kind of games, but I've been playing it because it is so much fun. You guys just, it's magical. You guys did do a great job. And you could do a great job because you had 3 years of feedback. 3 years, that's longer than the entire development cycle of my game. Right? That means they had how many years before that, right? So that's like, gotta be at least 6 years of development? Like, that's a ton of money. God bless them, though. Like, God bless them, right? Because you could get that much money.
Is he crying? I don't think he's crying. I think he's just talking about it. What do you mean? Is he upset? I don't think he's upset. What's he saying that's wrong? They earned it, though? Well, yeah. He's a bit emotional, it seems like. I don't care. Like, I don't really, like, yeah, that doesn't really matter to me. I'm just saying, like, yeah, he's saying his opinion. Yeah, exactly. Nothing he's saying is wrong, but what is he trying to imply? He's trying to imply, so what he's implying is that Baldur's Gate 3 was improved tremendously because of the research and player feedback that they received through early access for the 3 years that it was in early access. He's also saying that IGN originally gave Baldur's Gate 3 a 7 out of 10 while it was in early access, and he finds that to be problematic because rating games in early access, the rating sticks, but the game changes. So people will go back and see the rating, and then they don't actually look at the finished product. So I don't see, like, there's, like, people are memeing on this guy. There's nothing that he's saying that's problematic. He's completely right about everything. Like, I don't know why people are being hostile or rude. Like, it's so weird to me. Because he's being completely authentic about this.
And have it go poorly, so God bless him. But, man, you gotta get people to rethink how they think about early access. You should know you're jumping in on a rider. Yeah. Maybe it'll be good, maybe it won't. But you're gonna try it, and you're gonna get feedback, and you're gonna learn. And sometimes I get an early access title, I'm like, ain't ready for me yet. I could give the developer some info, but I'm not sure if the game is for me or not yet. So I may steer them wrong. So I'm gonna let them go a little bit more, and then I can give some feedback, right? I do that all the time.
So just wanted responsibility for buying early access. Do you think this is like another one of those examples of like people that are trying to skirt personal responsibility?
Better be
of like, I did the thing not to do, and now I'm upset that I did the thing. Because I feel like that's kind of what it is. Because everybody goes into early access knowing what they're getting.
Okay.
So if people aren't happy about that, then, like, for example, like, I think it's a problem if you buy something and you don't know what you're getting. But if you buy something and you know what you're getting, what the fuck? Maybe they should add a 6th pop-up saying, yeah, beware, this is early access. Maybe that would work. Then why release the game for purchase rather than open a Kickstarter? So you can have early access and control perception without getting public reviews? Rather than open a Kickstarter. So you think that you think nobody should be allowed to have early access? You can only do a Kickstarter? What? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, why are video game players so stupid? How does this happen? This is so unsettling. Because, like, these are the people that are talking to the developers. It's incredible. How can people be so stupid? Why do they put it out for money? I don't know. Why does anybody do anything for money? Holy shit. This is scary.
I post this because I wrote something up on some other platform that I hate and that I don't want to be on anymore.
Yeah. Again, also, yeah, another very good fact. Kickstarter is not free of scams.
And I'd rather be here with you guys because that would be better. And I don't think the CEO of Fight Dance wants to fight anybody.
Fight Dance? The fuck is Fight Dance?
Probably.
Fight Dance. Oh, TikTok! Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and read some comments about this, and I want to move on to the next topic. Dragon Force almost got a strike on their YouTube. Yeah, I did see that. Some developers post fake gameplay or misrepresent the product. Do you think that's what I'm talking about? I'm curious, do you think that's what I'm talking about? Not necessarily, of course, because it's not. Because people have an opinion, and they will do mental gymnastics to justify the opinion. Because they are unwilling to change the way that they look at something. Because if they change the way they look at something, the implication of that is that they were wrong. And they don't want to be wrong, so they do mental gymnastics to make excuses. Gamers, exactly. Unwilling to admit they're wrong? Yes. That's a lot of good points. Same time, it seems like a lot of whining. Early access doesn't mean as much whenever you have AAA studios releasing games fully that might as well be early access. Cough, Diablo 4 cough. Also, Larian was super vocal with the community all throughout early access, while many studios say hardly anything. Not saying that his was one of them, but there can be multiple factors involved with IGN not updating the review of the game. I think that the problem is fundamentally that IGN is assigning, and game studio or game review platforms are assigning number values to rank games or to rate games that are in early access. Because I think a rating of a game that's in early access that is not including a numbered review, I don't see that as a problem at all. But I think really the problem is the fact that the game was ranked a 5 and not the fact that the game was reviewed. Because people remember the 5 and they don't remember the actual review itself. Why they're charging for a product? It's a product? Oh my god. How can you be so... How can you be so stupid?
Another
they say
viewer.
that it's early access.
Welcome to my channel.
It's stated that it's early access. So if the game is not ready or not good, then that's part of the nature, or not working properly, like Wayfinder, for example. That is part of the nature of it being in early access. If it wasn't, now you can say you don't think any game developer should be allowed to do early access. People can only release finished games. Like, that's a stance I can respect. No, I think it's stupid, but it's a principled stance. But saying that, like, you release a product so that's it, well, you also bought the product. And you bought the product with full knowledge, knowing what you're buying. So are they stupid for selling it, or are you stupid for buying it? If you buy a pet rock and say it doesn't walk, who's stupid here? Let's see here. Points per solid. You're going to review and give scores in an early access game. You should very well update them and not leave a bunch of indie and smaller games hanging. Yeah, I think that's definitely an issue. If they had updated the score, it probably would be better. Definitely, let's see here. So on one hand, he's complaining about IGN reviews early access games unfairly, and on the other hand, he's arguing that Baldur's Gate 3 is able to be so good in large part because they had 3 years of early access, that many games don't have the time. That's a lot to unpack, some valid, some not. Well, what part is not valid? Okay, my first response would be that I don't take IGN reviews with more than a grain of salt. Okay, so his personal opinion is that he doesn't take IGN reviews seriously. So that means that it doesn't matter? Like, what does this mean? So I don't take IGN reviews very seriously, so that means that... Okay, I mean, I agree. I don't either. I don't take anybody's reviews seriously. I go on Twitch, I watch the game. If the game looks fun to play, I play it. That's how I make decisions. Sure. But, like, you have to be able to understand that many people are not the same as that. Many people see the number, and that's it.
So, like, it doesn't really matter what I do. Oh, well, this doesn't really matter because I don't do that. Well, we're not talking, that does not revolve around you. Video game reviews in general are problematic. Industry because of the incentive to appease AAA companies. Access journalism is a huge problem with video games. I definitely agree with this, and I think it is a huge issue. I wish that everybody could get a review copy. I don't like how some people get review copies and some people don't. Like, for example, Kotaku not getting... Like, I feel like Kotaku takes a lot of really cheap shots, etc. But I don't like the idea that Kotaku doesn't get review copies of certain Square Enix games because of, you know, what they had done with Final Fantasy 16. Like, they should still get the ability to review the game, because otherwise, like, because effectively, like, whenever you boil down, and I completely disagree with what Kotaku did. Like, I hate to be defending Kotaku, but please understand the core of what this is. The core of what this is that a video game was reviewed in a way that the developer didn't like, and the developer withheld access to future reviews because of that. Fundamentally, that is bad. And if you can't understand that, you can't see past your own hatred of Kotaku. The Nintendo situation, I think, is different because it promoted piracy of a game, which breaks the law and actually damages the company. So in Nintendo's case, I would actually defend Nintendo not giving them review copies. However, in the Square Enix case, I do not. I think that everybody should be allowed to review games. They literally slandered Square Enix, though? How do you define slander? Because if they did slander them, why didn't they get sued? I disagree with what people label as being early access. Please pull me up. What is this? Early access is a finished product that you can play early.
Welcome to my channel.
Okay, all right. Why do you want your message read so much? Nobody, including the devs these days, know what early access means. They mean to call it an alpha if it isn't done. So if they called every game an alpha, would you have no problem with it? So is this this is a terminology problem? This is a vocabulary problem? Like, I'm sorry, but like, if that's your perspective, okay, fine. Is factually wrong? The Steam page explicitly states that the game's not complete? Yeah. Yes, if you mislabel things, people have different expectations. Okay, maybe I should try to buy a game that's early access right now on Steam. I don't really want to, because I don't want to buy another game. But so whenever the label, so like you're very focused on labels, and so you imply that labels are important and that people care about labels. So under that logic, what about the label that says early access means that the game isn't finished? Does that label matter? No, because I said so. Sure, but call it an alpha. Why call it early access? Why call it an alpha? Why not call it early access? Do you think that there's something that's fundamentally problematic about it being called early access? Because like what you're saying is that like an alpha for a game means one thing in your mind, but are you certain that if, like for example, let me think of a game that was in beta. Ashes of Creation. Here's a great example. Ashes of Creation got a lot of shit whenever it came out, and it was a pre-alpha, and people still shit on it. If you go and you read my comments for the video that I released yesterday of Ashes of Creation, where they endlessly preface everything they say about it being a beta, or sorry, like a not a finished product in an alpha, people still say the exact same thing that they say about early access. So I think in the mind of the consumer, early access and alpha, not ready, beta, all of these words effectively mean the same thing. And maybe they don't effectively mean the same thing, but they functionally do. If somebody sees a game in early access, if somebody sees a game in alpha, if somebody sees a game in beta, and it's not ready, it's a bad game. Even though all three of these can be sold as a beta, or sold as an alpha, or sold as early access. So at that point, where everybody has an understanding of this, how is it a problem? Because with betas, it's the same issue. Alpha and beta define a level of completed the game. Early access or early access can be at any point. Alpha, beta, or whatever. But that argument is completely destroyed whenever the early access term is defined by Steam on the purchase page. It's not like this is some sort of like industry insider knowledge. You have this statement that you click, I'm okay with this, whenever you make the purchase. Anyway, let's read a few more of these. I think early access, kind of suffers from a Boy Who Cried Wolf issue. It makes people critical of it because sometimes the game just never gets truly finished. Yep, true. I understand complaints from other devs. Exactly. Let's see here. I think Valerian did with Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2. They both had early access. 3 years of early access on a 70 to 120 hour game is nothing, especially if you listen to the fans and fix shit. I don't know. I think that it gives you a lot of, like, the game plays the same probably in Act 1 than it does in Act 2 and 3 of Baldur's Gate. Like, it has the same types of interactions with NPCs. Like, you click on NPCs to talk to them. You open a menu a certain way. It's like the menu opening changes things. Like, and also, like, look at what happened with Diablo 3. Remember whenever Diablo 3 came out and Act 1 was perfect and then everything after that was garbage? Why? Well, because the beta was only Act 1. Let's see here. Valve devs whining about game that has number 3 in it. Oh, that's kind of funny. Larry's biggest weapon is studio head, also the director of the game. They make it also still works as developer. They don't have suits convince them. Yeah, for sure. Okay. You have to grant him her running for Congress. Yeah, I don't know about that. Let's see this. Orion came to a point where they had to do all their games in early access because they were close to bankruptcy. Early access literally saved their studio. Yeah. Genuine question here, how would you distinguish between early access as far as pre-ordering the new Mortal Kombat and playing 3 days early, and early access where you play a small build for a period of time before the game is finished? Well, you would distinguish because you would look at what the game is, like, what they're saying that you're getting. Like, I don't know, people have like 7 different terms for this. Yeah, there's pre-release, there's early release, there's early access, there's, let's see, I don't know, there's like 5 other fucking terms people use. Demo, 3-day head start. That's another big one. Yeah, head start is a very popular one. It's again, like, I don't know why people are like, this is what I'm saying, right? People are jumping through hoops to justify an unreasonable position. It's so annoying to see people, well, what if, okay, so what if, like, maybe, like, okay, so, like, maybe if, like, Jesus Christ. Fuck. Early access is good for a lot of developers.
Welcome to my channel.
Obviously, some developers use it as an excuse, but I think that in general, it is a net positive. People should exercise their discretion when buying games with early access. And whenever you buy a game that has early access, you cannot expect it to be perfect.
The year is 2014. There's a slight chill in the air as the summer months begin to breathe their first whispers of winter. It's been a good year for gaming, especially for horror fans, with earlier releases like The Forest and Among the Sleep whetting the appetites for gamers for later releases like The Evil Within, Alien Isolation, and the now tragically remembered PT. But none of these games would have the same staying power as one that, despite its ubiquity today, didn't receive a fraction of the marketing or widespread attention as its contemporaries. In fact, this game would not boast the same AAA developer teams either, instead being born from the labor of a single man. If you were like me, your first introduction to this game series wasn't through flashy advertisements or merchandise, but it would instead be through a new video from one of your favorite Let's Players, proclaiming it to be the scariest game in years.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome to Five Nights at Freddy's.
Don't worry, Adam, I won't put him in the thumbnail this time. Now, sure, Markiplier wasn't the first to play Five Nights at Freddy's on YouTube, but he certainly was one of the most important people to, boasting a subscriber count of about 4 million at the video's initial release. From there, it spread like wildfire. In just 4 days after its launch, this little indie horror game would start its journey to become one of the highest grossing and culturally recognizable intellectual properties in recent memory. A success story that a lot of indie horror games today hope to capture just a small fraction of. To FNAF's creator, this success was as unexpected as it was life-changing. Scott Cawthon, a man who by all means could have been called a failed game developer at this point, had finally managed to make a breakthrough in a market that had served him disappointment after disappointment. Despite the detractors and the financial calamities of the past, Scott had finally done it. His many sleepless nights and long workdays finally resulting in the greatest success of his life. Though, there was still a lingering question that hung over the euphoria of FNAF's success. A question that would manifest itself again and again to Scott over the next few years. Where does the story go from here? The year is 2015. There's a slight chill in the air as the warmer summer months began to breathe their first whispers of winter. It's been a good year for gaming, especially for indie game fans, with releases like N++ and Ori and the Blind Forest being the best examples I could find on Google. But one other indie game would soon stand taller than all the rest, both in popularity and in staying power. Undertale. Following a grueling 32-month development and a Kickstarter campaign that raised 10 times the amount of its original goal, Undertale was released into the world on September 15th, 2015. The game was a seemingly overnight success, with its charming writing, humor, and unique pacifist options for gameplay taking the world by storm. Audiences were enraptured by this RPG epic where the main key to success was finding non-violent solutions to traditionally violent RPG problems. Let's Players would dedicate multi-part series to playing the game. Journalistic aggregates would praise it to the highest degree, and the game's fan base would go on to create some of the most ambitious fan creations ever. In short, Undertale had more or less taken over the world, all thanks to the work of its creator, Toby Fox and Timmy Chang. Now, Toby was no stranger to internet notoriety, with his previous work on music for the webcomic Homestuck and an Earthbound Halloween hack we're not allowed to talk about, helping him build a solid reputation over the years. But that notoriety would seem like nothing in comparison to the unthinkable fame that this new game would thrust upon him. Toby, never one to seek this kind of widespread stardom, was at first uncomfortable by the sheer level of success his project gained. But as time went on, the possibilities that this newfound success had created for him began to become more clear. Toby could use the popularity for more than just personal gain, but as an avenue to create the game he's always wanted to create the game of his dreams. As Undertale began to take on a life of its own, Toby would turn his attention to his next sole focus, making that dream a reality.
Oh, hi there, Game Art Shoppers. Spaceman Scott here, himbo and amusing side character in someone else's story. Now, I know what you're thinking. Scott, why the hell are you using this nice voice acting microphone and not the lav mic like the last 2 live action videos you did? No reason. But, as you probably guessed from both that intro as well as the title of the video, today we're going to be talking about Five Nights at Freddy's and Undertale. Specifically, though, about their game developers, both with their rise to fame, their individual franchises, and how the two of them have approached their form of storytelling and what we can learn from that. I actually don't have any physical props for this episode, but I do have this framed photo of Matt Pat's cringy-ass Five Nights at Freddy's 3 theory video intro, which I think that suffices pretty well. Come to think of it, it's kind of interesting how Matt Pat's like inextricably linked to both Five Nights at Freddy's and Undertale, but with the Sans as Nest controversy and, yeah. So, without further ado, and in the words of the internet's favorite whipping boy,
it's time.
This video was brought to you in part by our lovely patrons over on Patreon. Ian Shepard, Meh012, Meeps, Wesley Norton, Orion E, Face E, and Nana Neobard. If you like this video and want to see more like it more often, then consider joining my Patreon and telling me to hurry up. It's the only place to see videos like this early, get some exclusive content, and get your very own I financially supported this white boy sticker. Look at that. Look how nice that looks. I should be paying you. I mean, you should. Fuck! Spaceman Scott on Patreon.com. Link in the description. Scott Cawthon was probably born sometime in the last 100 years, spending his early childhood, presumably somewhere in the United States. Maybe Texas. I don't know, does anyone actually give a shit about this early life nonsense? No, where our story truly starts is in 1994, with the creation of Scott's first ever game, Doofus. After many years of being interested in coding and game development, and more than a few failed attempts at doing both, Doofus was the first truly finished game that Scott had ever created. Born from the often criticized game-making software Click and Play, now Click Team Fusion, Doofus is a fairly rudimentary game, especially compared to Scott's later works, consisting of you controlling a pink dinosaur that throws balls at other dinosaurs. While humble in its execution and scope, Doofus helped solidify Scott's passion for game creation, a passion that would soon come second only to his religion. Though in Scott's case, it wouldn't take long for him to find a way to fuse the two. After producing several games along the years, Scott joined the production company Hope Animation in the early 2010s, a company whose sole focus was creating educational and entertaining games and movies, all with a distinctly religious message. Don't even tell me this doesn't put the fear of God in you.
I am the glob glob gab galap, the schwabble double wobble gabble flibber blabber blap. I'm full of schwibble glibber kind. I am the yeast of thoughts and minds.
This career choice made sense given Scott's degree in computer animation as well as his Christian faith, as he went on to produce a number of games and movies while working for Hope Animations. Some standout examples include Noah's Ark, The Pilgrim's Progress, A Christmas Journey, and the Jesus Kids Club. Hey, you think any of the other kids in Scott's later games joined the Jesus Kids Club? Child murder's the punchline! However, these religious-themed games would not bring Scott the financial or personal success that he had hoped for, and worse yet, it would begin to disenchant him with not only game creation, but his faith entirely.
Despite good reviews, my Christian projects were all financial failures. I came to a point where I was very disillusioned and frustrated with God. Actually, it was more like a broken heart. I felt like I'd squandered so many years of my life. Years that could have been spent going back to college, but were instead spent working on Christian projects that went nowhere. I came to the conclusion that I could not have failed so miserably unless God himself had been holding me down. Either God didn't exist, or God hated me. I didn't know which was worse.
As time went on, Scott began to stray away from his more Christian-centered games, instead choosing to dip his feet into darker themes, first seen with his release of The Desolate Room in 2007. Though, like so many games beforehand, neither The Desolate Room nor its sequel, The Desolate Hope, would be the commercial successes that Scott had hoped for. More games would come, most made quickly and with the hope of turning over a small profit, though Scott's lack of success would only compound as time went on. It seemed as if, despite his genuine passion and love for game creation, he just couldn't translate that into financial success. The games he created were either written off completely or heavily panned by the fewer viewers that even bothered to play them, with Scott's 2013 release Chipper & Sons Lumber Company being a prime example of the undue hate that seemed to come back again and again.
Look at it! Look at all of it! Ghastly faces twisted in a grimacing mockery of joy.
Scott had hit rock bottom, taking up jobs in web design, truck driving, and working as a cashier for Dollar General just to make ends meet. When his life insurance policy was canceled due to frequent thoughts of ending his own life, he was left with truly nothing. And, like so many times before, he found himself at the mercy of the same God he felt had turned his back on him.
I went before God again, and it was the first time that I truly went before him with nothing. I had nothing to offer him. I told him to use me somehow, although at that moment I had no idea what he could possibly use me for.
At his lowest point, his career, faith, and life all very much on the line, Scott would soon learn what God had in store for him. For in the tapestry of failure that had been woven these past several years laid the roadmap for success. A success that Scott had waited for so very, very long. For 6 long months, Scott toiled away on his newest and most likely last game, Five Nights at Freddy's. partly inspired by the criticisms levied at Chipper & Sons Lumber Company, specifically about how his character designs and animations often look like creepy animatronics. Scott chose to play into this apparent strength, with the titular antagonist of this new horror game being animatronic characters. Certain design elements were similarly inspired by Scott's previous financial failures, with the new game's animatronic exoskeletons looking as if they'd been taken directly from the Desolate Room or Desolate Hope before them. In a way, Five Nights at Freddy's was equal parts a culmination of the missteps of Scott's past, as well as entirely uncharted territory. While some earlier games had mild themes of horror, this new creation would prove to be his first genuine foray into the genre. Gone were the days of high-concept sci-fi epics or easily consumable minigames, being replaced instead by a simple, formulaic horror game that concealed a much darker and grisly story than the usual Scott Cawthon fare. While many felt that Scott's switch from Christian entertainment to horror was unexpected, those who were familiar with his previous work were much less surprised. You can see the building blocks and blueprints of Five Nights at Freddy's in a lot of Scott's earlier works. Hell, even the Jesus Kids Club has a few jump scares in it.
What Zombie Cat does is more like...
But all that would have been pointless if this game, like all his others, also failed. After 6 months of tweaking, designing, and game testing, Scott had finally finished what would become the most important game of his life. Releasing Five Nights at Freddy's on a number of indie game hosting websites and later Steam, early reviews and reactions were positive, much to Scott's minor relief. But this initial support will be paltry in comparison to what came next. When the downloads for the game began to skyrocket and the Let's Plays became too numerous for Scott to keep up with, the result was clear. Five Nights at Freddy's would be the success that Scott had long prayed for. In that moment, perhaps Scott was given an answer to the question that had caused him so much consternation. What could God possibly use him for? Wait, does that imply that FNAF was an act of divine intervention? Oh, fuck. Toby Fox was born. He is now alive. This is all the early life bullshit you're getting. Growing up in the early 90s, Toby Fox was very much a product of the decade, spending hours upon hours in front of his family's SNES and immersing himself in the many wild and wonderful worlds that his favorite RPGs offered. Though of all the games he played at a young age, none would go on to inspire Toby in quite the same way as Earthbound or Mother 2.
Earthbound dominated my childhood. Gave me a sense of humor. It helped me learn how to read. Its lessons served as a basis for my sense of justice and courage.
This bizarre yet charming role-playing game would go on to inspire Toby not just personally, but professionally as well. As with the turn of the century, Toby would begin to experiment with game creation. His software of choice would be no other than RPG Maker, the same game-creating software used to create games like Eve, Ao-Oni, and a few other ones. Beginning his game creation journey in the early 2000s, Toby would gradually familiarize himself with the many intricacies and stupid shit that the software offered. Couple this up with the sudden ubiquity of the internet, and it wouldn't be too long until the world saw firsthand the kind of talent that Toby possessed. Eager to connect with other aspiring game creators, as well as like-minded fans of Earthbound, Toby found himself joining various Mother 2 related message boards under the pseudonym Radiation. From here, he would produce a number of amateurish hacks for Earthbound, with his most popular one being Radiation's Halloween hack.
One Raiders
now,
friend.
as a professional courtesy, I'm not going to spend a long time on Toby's Halloween hack, because he's made it pretty clear that it's not his proudest work. Disavowing the hack on many occasions is nothing more than just a bad ROM hack with swears, which, for anyone who's played it, is...
I am f***ing had it with your you are gonna have your body is ripped in half. I'll shove your ass
Mr.
so
Bitter
far down your
Scout.
throat that when you crap, you'll think
Hello and
fucking
thank you.
Beethoven. TLDR, eat.
Accurate. Now,
well, thanks to the
Hi,
radio.
Scout. Welcome to my channel. Hey Snakeo, just leaving ya a lurk while I eat.
Oh, thanks, man. I was just.
I know I said I wasn't gonna.
I was listening to like
Yeah, no problem.
something and I didn't pay attention. Sorry, my bad.
Delve too much into the Earthbound Halloween hack, primarily because Toby Fox is not proud of it, and a lot of people.
Also, Diablo is not a game that you need
but as
too much of a concentration.
As well as someone who has a terrible fucking sense of humor, there's something cosmically hilarious about the term TLDR, eat shit, followed by the first ever appearance of Megalovania ever. Like the same Megalovania that now appears in Super Smash Brothers. Like, fuck you, that is the most hilarious shit.
Speaking of Megalovania, it became clear very quickly to all those paying attention that Toby was a phenomenal composer, having created a good majority of the music used in said Halloween hack. His talent for music creation was not lost on one Andrew Hussey, creator of the wildly popular webcomic / religion, Homestuck. Toby would work closely with Andrew in the coming years on original music in the comic.
Oh, you got frozen.
Composer for the entire project. It seemed as if things
No,
were
no,
Bobby
no.
Dobby.
having
Thanks
made
for
first
following.
professional connections,
How is your day
lifelong
going
friends
so
who
far?
work on both Homestuck
Well,
and Smash
being that I have to go to
However,
work
he would soon
in
find
like
himself on
4 hours,
creating the game of his dreams.
fine, I guess.
On a
I
rainy
mean,
night in 2011,
I woke up recently,
incredibly
like
sick and
2
without
hours
access to
ago.
medicine, Toby would lay down for another night's rest. Sure,
That's
he
fine.
played with fever dreams and discomfort. Yet,
Well,
the
Diablo
dream
4
that
didn't
followed
crash
would not
today.
be one of
I guess that's good.
incomprehensible
Hey, Bobby
horrors or
Dobby.
maddening impossibilities.
Welcome to my channel.
Instead,
Hmm.
would be that of an ending. An ending to a game that Toby had never seen before. An ending to
It's
a game
pretty hot,
that he
I have to
knew
admit.
he had to create.
How is
While I
weather
was
at your
sleeping,
side?
I had a vivid dream about the ending to a game. Since then, I felt like I had to make the game
Oh,
with
boy.
that ending. I don't even know if it's particularly good, but I have to do it.
It seemed like an impossible task to create a game based around an ending that had
We
only
have a
come
storm
to
here
him
in the
a dream.
States.
But Toby was not one to shy
Oh.
away from the impossible, especially
A
when
storm.
it affected him so personally.
Like a
In the years to come,
hurricane?
Toby would begin work on this game,
Or tornado
creating
storm?
characters, music, and the
Or
overarching story that would lead to that ending he saw.
You're
on
like a
screen.
coastal area,
This game
and you have like
was not Undertale. You see,
Yes,
despite his
Hurricane.
lofty goals and
No,
motivation,
brother.
Toby remained unsure
Yeah,
on whether
I'm
he could
living
actually
in
create
like
a game of
a
scale, unsure on
how do
whether
you
he
call
could
it, like a
actually
Mediterranean climate?
And so as a result, he created
yeah,
Undertale. In a way,
we don't
Undertale
have like
not only
such
worked
extreme
for Toby
weather.
with the necessary
I'm
funds
glad,
that Clout
and I
needed to
feel
create
bad
his
for you.
dream game, but it was to test himself, to see whether creating a whole game alone.
Do you have a storm shelter?
When I made the demo of Undertale, I made it to prove to myself that it was possible to make a whole game
Yes,
alone.
understood.
Some help with the art. Because I was able to make it in a few months, I felt that I had proved that it was possible.
It took over 30 months for Toby to create Undertale, toiling for hours on characters, music, dialogue, level designs, and
Oh, it's not Sever here, but south of me was pretty bad.
Oh, I get it.
Severe.
Yeah, severe. So, being that you lead a raid, I'm gonna assume that you stream something. And I'm gonna guess 3 games, maybe. Either Hunt Showdown, or Diablo, or Remnant. I'm not sure. But I play a lot of games and, you know...
Was on Wayfinder, but he has connection issues.
Oh. I get it. Oh, brother. Very interesting map. Very.
Already beat Remnant with a friend.
Oh. Well, I probably would have beaten it if I was focusing on that. But I wanted to kind of get the most of the events I could. And I don't know, the Lawsome map looked most fun. The route is fine, but science fiction isn't really my thing. But I guess Naruto has its charm.
Of course, no rush.
I yeah, I wonder, like, because, you know, like, well, I could have bought the cheapest version of game, but I really wanted to play the other, like, DLCs possible. So I'm wondering what possibly could developers, you know, will think of. Well, I was playing a co-op with a friend, which is, I think, the best way to, you know, experience the game. Well, at least
I have lowest version but got burnt out on it. We'll come back to it later, I bet.
Oh, you played it too much. Well, I played it also for like 150 hours or so, and I didn't finish it. That's why I'm guessing I'm playing a bit of Diablo. Even though people keep saying, yeah, it is. This is really bad game design.
I meant on Diablo.
Oh. If you got burned on this game, I get it. Like, I open my box tab, you know, my tab with like my stash tab, you know, in a town, and I look like a
It's still a good game, but there are others to play.
Yeah, true. Like, did you try playing the Last Epoch? It's not finished game, but in the state that it's now, the Last Epoch is like well worth of the money, and from what I've seen, developers really want to make it work.
Oh no, it looked fun but haven't tried it yet.
I have my opinion on that game, but I do want to see someone like, let's say, Asmongold play it. I want to see his like opinion. That would seem interesting. No chance. 4% dodge. So that's like probably 8%.
Yes, he has interesting takes.
Yeah. I don't know. I could swap these boots for mine, but what? Why? What is there to gain? Like movement speed bonus, maybe? Sure. I guess I would like run faster around, like 15%, 17. Being a bear is kind of a clunky. Let me check stat requirement for this 360 dex.
Speed bear LOL.
Well, I'm a clunky bear, you know, like my crit chance was like 20%, 22%. Then I kind of fucked my dex like a bit, and now it's still fine. It's not tremendously good, but let me see what's the freaking modifier for like, yeah, modifier for what? For like 10,000 things. Overpower 342%. I guess it's fine. I also invested a bit in Thorn, because I noticed every time like normal enemies like fucking would make like an ice cube out of me and start pounding me, at least half of them would die just by, you know, getting blasted by a Thorn.
Thorns are pretty good.
Yeah, well, from what I've seen, the druid doesn't have like really like a paragon passive bonuses for thorns, from the things that I, you know, looked. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not seeing something. He has like a poison bonuses, damage while healthy, spirit like bonuses, core skill damage, basic skill damage bonuses. This is like the first one that unlocked. Like if I shave off enemy 50% health, I think, and I'm at 100%.
Yes, I'm not sure either if thorns are in Paragon.
Yeah, it's not really. It's like some bullshit like elemental damage. Like, why would I care about elemental damage? Like, I'm not a sorcerer, you know. Like, it's I guess it's fun to cast like a lightning bolt as druid, but not for me. Would play barbarian, but or I don't know, rogue, necromancer, whatever. But I can't because I have like so much alternate gear for a druid that I don't have like you know, space for any other class, I guess, which is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Bad design. Like I played like older games, like really older.
I played rogue and made a little frost sniper build.
Oh. So you make shit like go frozen? Well, I can do that sometime. Like that's.
It wasn't meta, but it was fun.
Yeah, I don't care about meta. I just care about not dying. Not by any cost, but you know. If I need to hit the bosses 100 times or 200 times, I don't care. As long as I outlive the boss, it's fine. Or elite.
The not dying, I would use a phase shift.
Speedy, like clearing. So what's the phase shift? Like teleport? I'm gonna guess. Blink strikes.
You disappear and move wherever you want.
But does that deal any damage? Or you just like evade damage completely?
When you come out, there's a damage boost.
Oh, so it's like backstab multiplier, something like that. You set yourself for like boosted damage. I got it. Brother. Some skills are like really difficult to target. Like trample. I'll show you when the cooldown hits it. Yeah. You have to basically aim behind the boss, and I found that like really clunky. can't speak for the other classes, but for the druid it's like that, you know. Like, if the enemy is like right in front of me, I have to like aim behind to get the maximum effect.
Oh, I got frustrated with my bow ultimate facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, you basically miss half of damage. Or half of AoE that you wanna deal.
Correct.
So that's not fun. And don't let me start with the horses getting stuck on geometry. Half of the time I see people not actually using horses, but just, you know, having a max running speed and just like running around. Which is indicative of Blizzard actually fucking up horse mechanics. It kind of a beats to like have a horse in game and then people not using it because the horse stuck behind like an every rock, every piece of wood.
Yeah, half the game I would boost the move speed to go faster than the horse hop.
Also, I think your characters like run really fast in a town, but your horse for some reason, because I guess Blizzard servers cannot like handle the pressure. The horse is just like slowly jogging through the city. Why? Why is it? Why is it doing that? Nobody knows. Nobody fucking knows. Oh, really?
So you can trot around and show off your awesome horse skin.
Oh, so they intentionally slowed the... Yeah, so you can show this will show everyone. So you can show everyone like money that you invested in your fucking horse. Yeah, right.
LMAO.
Yeah, I guess that looks like a Blizzard like move. Like, you know, the teleport being boosted from like was it like 2 or 3 seconds to 5, almost like 50-60%. I mean, why? Like, why was this a thing? Because of the... They want to sell like animations and you're exiting the...
All about money.
I mean, I want to show you something. Let me see if I can do it correctly. Sure. Da. Dobro, samo stavi na...
Evo je tu.
Šta, nemoj da je stavljaš tu, stavi je u činiju, da se kuva ovo, sad će doći. Evo je tu. Oh, brother. I have to boil the milk. But beside that...
It's okay, friend.
Let me just show one thing. Horse carbots. Yeah, this is the best. This is the best summary of like a horse issue in one cartoon.
Just what I was looking for.
Oh, I love these.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Not here.
Not in town.
I can't.
I watch them for Elden Ring and Dark Souls.
Yeah, what the rogue? Rogue just passes by. Woo!
I can't.
Ha 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 ha.
Not in town. Cannot.
I can't.
Not here. No.
Lurk. Welcome to my channel. That gave me laughter tears.
You're not the only one. Trust me. So I think they have like a playlist. There is like a couple of those.
I love the event one.
Yeah. There is a where the guy lies in a dungeon and help me. And he's using a fucking pillow and just waiting for adventure, not moving like a
yes,
finger.
LOL.
Help me. Okay. I'll be right back. It will take me. No, it's not like. It's like 10 or 15 minutes. So I'm glad we chatted. I have to just like do something.
No worries.
Yeah. Get about the milk. Fucking. Real life happens. Oh. We'll be back soon.
Bryant SJ. Welcome to my channel. Ziki. Welcome to my channel.
Thanks, Blizzard. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood.
Hello.
Had to restart. Twitch was playing a bit of Wayfinder as well.
Oh, that one game that isn't finished yet. Oh well. Look at this.
Olivia, welcome to my channel.
Oh.
So Blizzard responded to the Overwatch 2 becoming the worst reviewed game on Steam. They actually responded.
Oh wow, I gotta watch this. I actually had to watch this.
So Blizzard responded to the Overwatch 2 becoming the worst reviewed game.
They
on Steam. They
find
actually responded to it.
Interesting.
Okay, here we go.
As many of you may know by now, Overwatch 2 is currently in a rather embarrassing position on Steam.
Yeah.
It is currently the worst user-reviewed game on Steam ever.
Until they release Overwatch 3. And I feel like whenever Overwatch 3 gets released, people will rate it down out of like a duty, like a responsibility, like it's another one, guys, you know the drill. Not
in
even
the platform's history,
ironic, yeah.
Looking at the review score, now it is sitting at overwhelmingly negative from over 152,000 reviews. Among those reviews, only 9% have rated this game positively. The rest have given it a thumbs down.
Yeah.
You can see right here, there's a website that keeps track of the worst user-rated games on Steam ever, labeled the Hall of Shame. And Overwatch is taking the crown here with a 9%, with second place belonging to War of the Three Kingdoms at 12%. So this is a significant margin, and the fact that this is coming from over 152,000 reviews makes this a very definitive overwhelmingly negative review score. And things aren't faring much better on Metacritic, where the user score is sitting at 1.4 from 3,756 ratings on PC at least. And with a mass down...
yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Like, they just... Like, imagine if they released a WoW expansion, but they said, guys, hey, listen, we can't program this whole new content, alright? We're just gonna give you some more levels, and y'all figure out how to get into there, and, yeah, there's no new raid either. Sorry, yeah, it was, look, I mean, making a raid is hard. And after a year or so, we decided the best option is to just not do it. But there's a new type of arena. It's a six-player free-for-all. Whoever is last alive wins the game. So yeah, have fun, guys.
Downvoting of the game on Steam in particular, it's something that caught the attention of Blizzard as they recently directly responded to this occurrence As reported here by news outlet Kotaku, Blizzard's response was published on the official
I haven't seen
Overwatch
this.
website via the following blog post published on August 18th, 2023 by Aaron Keller, who's the director of Overwatch 2. He talks about the release of Overwatch 2 Invasion, which includes new heroes, a new mode, as well as the story missions that was supposed to be a part of a larger PvE experience that would have comprised.
I made some
of the
clam
story
chowder.
missions
What
and
type of
the
soup
hero
do you
missions.
enjoy?
But the hero missions, which a lot of people were looking forward to, has been scrapped. That was the mode
Chicken.
where you were.
It's like a very, very classic. It's a very classic.
A classic and good.
Yeah. Like, you cannot go wrong with that, from what I think. I might be wrong, this. But, that's my opinion.
No, you cannot.
Probably. Well. Wait, what? Sekiro? Ninja. So... Wait. Biker Scout TV. Why does that sound...
I slept well but still feel drained. Hate that.
So are you that maybe one person that goes around the like US and makes like YouTube videos and like cooking tutorials and survival videos or something like that? Like old grandpa, like between 50 and 70 years old? I might be wrong. I feel like I am.
No, I am not. A biker scout is a Star Wars character.
Oh. Sorry, I mixed you up with like a YouTuber that makes like an interesting content, of which I watched maybe one video. Wait, you're the other guy.
That's okay, it's understandable.
It's like Twitch is a big place and some people don't even stream. Some people just like make an account and they never stream anything. They're just like there. Or they don't even chat with people. And I guess you're kind of a rarity.
LOL, yes.
%63%. I guess I could give this away. Any druids around? Nope, don't go anywhere. Thinking of destroying solid good to ender, giving away for free.
Try to support people I follow with chat and views.
Anyone? Oh, well, thanks. Like a lot of people, including myself, like don't even like bother to chat, but that's just like my nature.
But there is only so much time in a day.
Exactly. Like there is limited amount of stuff you can do before you have to like call it, you know, quit, you know. Yes, sir. 200. I like how the out of like 50 people that you meet in Diablo 4, like 49 of them don't even type. Like they either use emoticons and like 1 out of 50 like would type something back to you, and I found that hilarious. Like people, and I understand that the game is probably made for people on consoles, and they make like a grow population of the game, but I found it sad still. This is also very, very good. Both of this.
I suppose I could take that off your hands.
Just take it.
I was thinking that they might Monetize your character's background screen when you click on profile.
They might monetize your character background screen when you click on profile. Maybe, who knows? I mean like this.
Yes.
Maybe. Who knows? So this is probably for distraction. I got better than this. This is not even the highest roll. And this is also for... It's a lot of trash.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
I would like to drop stuff on the ground for people. But... Oh. Okay. Yeah, this town seems funky, like a bit of empty, but it reminds me of Diablo 2 areas. Like the second town. Oh, here is the fucking druid. Thanks for not like responding to any chat.
No friendliness in games, only money. Sorry, I'm joking.
No, like I'm not even selling stuff for people. I'm just like, here, I wanna like, I wanted to give it away. I would rather give it away than like sell it back to Blizzard, I guess. Sell it back.
Yeah, just help another player.
But people not interested. Like they think it's string attached, and it's not really. I guess not with me. My shoulder is sore, and I gotta work in like 2 hours or 2.5 hours, I guess. Brother.
Eyes in the darkness of the forest before I reached down. Glowing eyes. I've never been so terrified.
Yes, yes, glowing eyes. Sure. Yeah, this is like a fun place to meet people, and they're all business also, like it's not even fun. Yes, it's fun to see other people build.
Diablo, my friend, and I could drop items for each other that we found was quite fun.
Yeah, you just like drop stuff that you don't need. And the level of difficulty in Diablo 2, like hell, where your resistances would be like nerfed to the ground. And like
Viola, welcome to my channel.
That was... You would chug your potions when you were hitting like a fucking Diablo in Act... was it Act 3 or Act 4? you were chugging potions just to not let yourself get killed by him, and he would do the dick move and throw the bone prison on your portal, and if you want to teleport in or out, you would have to, you know, you have to first destroy the bone prison.
LOL, yeah, I remember that.
You could say that I'm old if I remember all of that. Wow. This is disgusting. The buffs. The buffs that these like mobs have.
I am old as well.
Yeah, nothing wrong with being old. It's just like, oh, time reminds me like that I'm fading. What is this? Why is this like little worm casting a shield? Bum. And then what spawned? The fucking zombie with lifesteal. How fucking interesting is that? Oh, it's a witch. Not even a zombie, it's a witch. It's a rotten freaking witch. And that lifesteal, look, look. She healed to the full. How was that balanced? Blizzard. She's even lower level than me. You literally have to run away from her if she turns on the lifesteal.
That's ridiculous.
Just fucking look. She healed to the full, from like half hit points missing to like a full. Hello? I'm not sure the Blizzard actually checked these numbers around. And I heard that the fighting Lilith on like level 100 is like really fun. Like especially the part where she's shooting projectiles that are same color as the floor texture. And you know, that's fun. Not being able to like react to something that you can't see. Oh. Are they?
Hello.
Greetings. Look. Look.
That was good.
Yes.
Greetings.
Wow. Okay, that ninja has like cold boots. Yeah, that looks good, I guess.
Cold boots boost movement speed as well.
Yeah, I know. I have like 2 of them, but it's like the stat loss of like my passive skills that I wanna like activate is like more important to me than the cold boots actually. Also, I think my evade skill resets every time I do the
They're
damage.
fun for a bit but become useless later.
Yeah, well the problem is I got them really late, so I don't think they are doing like any job for me. But the what's it called, the cold gloves? They look really useful. Like I have a random chance to freeze any enemy. I forgot does it even apply to the boss, but if it's just elite, it's worth it. Also, flashbang or a smoke that, you know, the bandits throw, that's really funny ability. I like the idea. I mean, I don't really like it, I'm being sarcastic. How some enemies, just like the normal enemy, throw you a fucking flash grenade or smoke, whatever, and you know suddenly your skills are useless. You have to like move from the fucking area and sometimes move to the other more dangerous area. Like fun. Thanks Blizzard. Really balanced. Also don't understand why the skeletons have like a 45. A lot of questionable decisions in this game. A lot of them. I fought like a butcher for like 5th time or so yesterday.
They drank a lot of milk.
Yeah, that's it. That's how they fortified their bones. What the fuck? Was that a bear riding a horse? What? What? What the hell?
Well done.
You drink. Oh, this is fine. Look at that. The invulnerable boss just made a prison around him. Wow, really creative. I would go even further if I were Blizzard. I would make the stone wall like having like 50,000 hit points or something, some bullshit like that. And as soon as you demolish one segment, they immediately like recast it. Don't bother asking why is this thing proccing so much. It's kind of a busted. Sometimes when there is like enough enemies on the screen, as a druid you just like dominate them with a poison creeper. Fucking just die. And again.
Rates my arch nemesis.
I mean, that's why I got Taurus, you know. Fuck those fucking range. And Succubus also. Because I heard like there is like a... If you're playing like a melee character, you know, like mostly oriented to hitting stuff, and you know, you occasionally deal like skills like this one. You would want to, I think you would want to actually stack up on some Thorn so that the fucking Succubus like die from self-harm after a while. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Look, who's within you? Goodbye.
I'm weird and pronounce melee.
Oh, melee. Oh yeah, that I get it. Melee. Or melee. Yeah. Some tornado. And this is like the most lazy boss I ever seen. The Tomb Lord. It's like a Leoric 3.0, but you know, worse. Worse. Visually it's fine, but other than that.
Well done.
GG.
Not bad.
That's the XP. A friend that never plays like Diablo games.
They're basically just revamped D characters.
Yeah, they are. A reskinned game. Like this is the area like where you fight like boss in Diablo 3. The fucking witch of the cult or whatever. And appears that like she's like a boss, but she's not really the boss. There is a secret boss. Well, you do know who she is. The Adria. Well, of course she's a witch. She fucking steals all your money and, you know, oh, surprise. She had like a ultimate plot and she was waiting for years to do her like thing. Okay. Sure, Blizzard. Sure. Whatever you say.
Did you happen to play the new Blood Vampire on Immortal? I just wanted to try out the skill and whatnot.
No. Blood Vampire, what is that? Like a class? Or a skill or a... No, I didn't.
It's a new class, yes.
So... is it like a necromancer but like more blood oriented, I'm gonna guess? Like a Alucard from a Castlevania character. Not really original, but sure, you know, it's Blizzard. Or it's the company that the Blizzard pay for. I'm gonna say. Oh Lord, please. The best thing about this game...
basically all lifesteal and uses tendrils to close in far enemies.
Hello.
All lifesteal and uses tendrils to close in far enemies. Oh. That sounds a bit hentai, but okay. Sure.
LOL, a bit never thought of it that way.
I mean, use tendrils to, you know, get your enemy closer.
Spaffa. Welcome to my channel. Elysian. Welcome to my channel.
I really thought that you can make... What's the point of having white items being ancestral, or blue items being ancestral, when you can't create anything out of it? I kind of upgraded like a white or blue item to ancestral, to like a max, and okay, can I create something of it, like in print? No, you can't. It's just like upgraded. So what's the point? So just remove it. Make loot filter. You know, other games have it, you know, like, do not show me the fucking useless items. Like, they don't even sell for anything good. There is just like a limit to how much items you can carry around. Ugh. Sorry. I'm not here to like speak against Blizzard. It's just like, it pisses me off.
I think the very large scorpion was my favorite enemy in this game. Reminds me of Clash of the Titans.
Oh, in this area I'm gonna guess? With a little small scorpions.
It might be during Helltide only, I am not sure.
No, there is one in this area, particularly. I mean, Helltides are fun, but like actually being able to know where the fucking chest is, you know, the big chest that costs 250 points, like that would be nice. I'm gonna say it's a like bit shitty. Like, oh yeah, that's like the fun, finding a chest. No, it's not. Like, people are using tools like online maps and to figure out like where the chest is gonna spawn, or like the possible spawn locations.
Yeah, who wants to use an online map to find a spawn?
Me. I don't like running around like an idiot with 500 points, which I did yesterday. Like it was 10 minutes before like the ending of Helltide, and I had like 500 something points, and I was like, fuck, I'm not gonna even use like all of it. And you get the XP if you open the box. Like, I think maybe once when I opened the 250.
Well, I meant like you said, it should just show where it is on the map.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, you're being more sarcastic than even I. Surprise. No, this idiot has a damage resist aura. How are you supposed to kill it? Great. How does that even work, that mechanic? How do enemy randomly like get the damage resistance aura or stuff like that? Like it takes like a pack of them to get the group bonus, I'm gonna assume. Look at this bitch. Boom.
I'm listening to Sega Genesis music while I watch it. Kind of fits your gameplay like a Altered Beasts.
Really? Well, I got even better song than that. When I played last time the event, the Legion event, I listened to the not this one. If you can guess the name of the song until it starts, the vocal kicks in, I'm gonna be impressed. This is the nature plan. What? What the hell? that you worked? Getting close to it. Rules of nature.
I've actually never heard this.
Rules of nature. From Metal Gear Rising. Old Platinum games.
Oh.
You know, like a memeable, really memeable game. Wait, how do you not know of this?
I think the last one I played was Snake Eater.
Wait, I have to show you this. I don't know if I can do this. Oh, brother. Give me a break. Yep, I just froze the lid, and that's what I like it with these gloves. Really. Keep pedaling back. Rarely any good shit. Oh, really? And I stopped even picking up the fucking emeralds because they're useless. Like they just take up inventory space. Not the emeralds, like gems, because they have like 50 of each, and it's ridiculous. Georg Salonic MGS Rising. Yeah, but which one? Is it this one?
Metal Gear Rising. The Vengeance. You're about to see the Ripper in action. Let's dance! Take out those hostiles. You're finished. Your number's up. Yes. Come at me.
Oh no, ha 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 ha.
You're mine.
Is it this one? This Greek is like MGS Rising. Maxor, I think, made even. The George made like a really good MGS4, but I think
Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is not a word in the dictionary. It's also one of my favorite games, besides Genshin Impact. Created as a
did I
spin-off
share
to
my
quickly acclaim
screen?
Metal Gear
Yes,
Solid
I
4
did.
Guns of the Pirates. We are cast as Raiden, whose resume involves
Son of
fighting
pirates.
the Illuminati and a bisexual vampire, trading off slow stealth gameplay and conference calls of an unspecified duration for pulse-pounding action gameplay, unique cutting mechanics, and the stupidest plot of any game since the last one. You know, the one where Headache Kajingles puts his protagonist in a microwave. Now caught in a worldwide conspiracy headed by an evil and destructive empire called the United States. It's up to us to stop Senator Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson from becoming black,
If you're
fight cyborg dinosaurs
keeping
controlled
this
by
up,
orphans, and fight a
good
series
job.
of extremely online YouTube personas 4, such as Jacked Bezos, the Nintendo Virtual
The United
Boy,
State
and Markiplier.
LMAO.
I'm gonna come find you.
Yeah.
Set to the tune of a hardcore rock
Markiplier.
soundtrack made by the world-famous Toontown Online composer for the express purpose of killing anyone above 40. And to complete our journey, we will have to resort to unrestricted unrestricted brutality, cutting and slicing our enemies like a human-sized slap chop in between philosophy about the nature of conflict, the morality of separating families the hard way, and memes. They made Twitter into a plot point, so if any of that interests you,
that's
feel free
actually
to
a thing.
join me as we dive headlong into the wonderful madness of Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, and the voices now activated.
He didn't even have to bother with editing the game. The game is highly memeable. Usually the Maxer would do like a voiceover game,
So
but
boot up the game, but it doesn't
there is no
support
need.
high resolutions. To fix this, we head to NeoGAF and download a virus. Now I can do any resolution. What amazing gameplay. Our story begins in the 2009 color scheme with our hero Raiden protecting President Barfsacco Crumbo. He's touring his birthplace of Kenya.
I am President United States Obama.
Mr. President, you have dementia.
Drone strike the wedding.
That can be arranged. What the fuck was that? Insurance fraud. Why,
Oh my
hello
God,
there.
I'm
Would you
dying.
care to see my RGB lighting? I spent $3,000.
The captions are weird.
Oh. I'll just have to give you a
That's fine.
demonstration then. Oh shit, he's got RGBs. Let's get the fuck out. I guess you could say he's half the man he once was.
My name is Obama. I have shit my doo-doo ass.
Don't worry, Obama. I'll protect you from this sidewalk. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to the first enemy in the game. Now he's the first 100 enemies in the game. This is the standout feature of Metal Gear Rising. The ability
Yeah,
to cut
first
anything,
100
and
enemies.
I do mean anything. Nature, humans, telepathic traffic poles, a family of 4, and even staircases that are required to progress the game. I think that's an oversight. This was groundbreaking
That
stuff
was
for the
mistake.
PS3. Use it to hit weak points, confuse your enemies and prevent them from attacking, or accelerate deforestation.
What are you doing, right?
Most animals deserve to be extinct. Where the fuck is Raiden? Hang on, I think I'm hearing boss music. My game crashed. I'm just gonna run past everyone.
Joe Biden, please help me pass the healthcare. Healthcare, you say? I'm a specialist. A new customer. Let's hope Obamacare covers euthanasia. My name is Obama. Shut up.
Stop right there. Put down President Bumcrack Osama.
I'll put him down, all right. But no, I have a giant robot. Federal agent spotted initiating.
Why didn't I see that? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to the tutorial boss. We're currently undergoing
Yeah,
a
that's
learning
fucking
experience,
tutorial
the one you
boss.
can only get with a giant laser.
Bumcrack
This is
Osama
maybe the
classic.
best game ever made. And although the gameplay is a little simple, the sheer scale makes me feel both empowered and quite intimidated. It's just a wonderful way to do it when you don't look like a cracked up rooster. Of course, there's no need to worry, because Raiden is fucking jacked. Mission accomplished. So Raiden runs all the way to
The guy is
Oklahoma
mod.
to confront Dimes for Crimes, led by none other than Buff Bezos.
Mitch McConnell, please transfer. Why do our politicians hog all the good missiles?
Obama!
Your prime has expired, Raiden, and so has his life.
Nice. It's time for the next boss fight. I say that sarcastically because most people would classify it as a fucking suicide. I'm surprised this is on the train instead of in front of it. Face it, Jack, you can't even hold a sword. What the fuck is a sword? I could give you a demonstration, but first, what's your favorite hand? Well, my left. Great. I'm about to level up, Jack, and you look like just enough XP. Oh fuck, he's using bullets.
Need a hand, Raiden. Also, who am I?
It's illegal. Using
so
bullets.
At least 2 minutes pass, and Raiden is traversing the vacuum of space on his way to the... Colonel, I'm trying to fly around, but the clap of my ass cheeks keeps alerting. Raiden, I'm playing Genshin Impact, but I've run out of credit card debt to purchase Ganyu. So if you can you lend me a hand? I will surely stop collecting them.
You have a problem.
So after the roughest plane ride since Delta, we head to a third world shithole known as Russia to find the men who killed President Bumsacco Chungus and put an end to their illegal razor blade
Yeah,
factory.
this is
Wait a
actually
second,
the
where's
story.
runway? Finally equipped with his new customizable gamer mouse body, Raiden begins his journey by encountering 3 helpless victims, knocking them to the air and scooping out their spines like fucking ice cream. You see, this is actually our primary method of healing, since every spine is filled to the rim with delicious electrolytes.
That's the gameplay.
This is the actual term used in the game. Just like American football, the soldiers of the future are fueled by Gatorade. We, however, are fueled by violence. Oh, hang on one second, I've got a call.
You should kill yourself now.
So anyways, we head to the streets to get acquainted with the stealth, but unfortunately for the populace, it's completely optional. So instead, we decide to fight the foot fetish tank. And let me tell you, this enemy is real fun to kill, especially considering their fucking jump speed. Man, there really is no time between these cutscenes. Oh fuck.
Known sex offender spotted. What the dog doing now?
What the fuck is a dog?
You are such a fucking Philistine, Raiden.
Wait, how do you know my name?
I am pre-programmed with knowledge of everyone.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
Who's your owner then, little dog?
The NSA, but my handler is a white woman.
Damn, that's rough.
I will never eat peanut butter ever again.
For our next battle, we have Blade Wolf. Jesus. And
yeah, the every music track of like
attack, it's time to learn. I don't know what attack this is.
Every boss music is really well made.
Fortunately, Blade Wolf
That's my opinion.
And call in Meals on Wheels, which allows us to partake of the Gatorade Eucharist. Now with the power of Jesus in our veins, we donate Blade Wolf to a kill shelter, and then he monologues.
You're gonna stay on my dick until you die.
Somehow, I've arrived at the Bitcoin factory.
I've been moderating your Twitch for months, and you never told me you had a boyfriend.
Who are you?
Oh my god, she spoke to me.
Jesus fucking Christ. Raiden, watch out. That woman is live on Twitch. Now sufficiently disturbed, Raiden moves on to the best level in the game using my favorite mechanics. Inconvenient fencing, handy enemies with cool controls, and you better believe there's some bad stealth. It even has cameras with 0-degree vision. Just don't just step into the lasers. Oh my god, it's a woman. Please stop that.
I've been waiting for you, Raiden. Shout out to Big Chungus29 for the donation.
Please stay back.
Sorry, Jack, but my stream demands you die.
God, I wish that was me.
That can be arranged.
Welcome to the world's first boss fight, where the battle is against your own controller. Provided, of course, that I don't throw that shit against a wall. In this confrontation, we fight the dark-skinned tomboy GF that I've always dreamed of, juggling and slaughtering several varieties of jihadist Bakugan. If I were forced to describe the experience, it would be poggers or perhaps Pepega, especially after Raiden achieves the miracle of flight, when you fire the animators. But despite some of the occasional frustration, this battle is one of the best. Plus, I like it when women hit me. Yeah, that's some cool theme music, bitch.
Yes! That was cool! Your purpose in life is to be in my stream sucking on my dick daily.
I see.
My stream! It's colorblind! You are truly weird, champ.
Is that a bad thing?
You make me want to kill myself faster, but no matter. With my death, you will never find our secret base at 29th Avenue, Mexico City!
What the fuck?
These are the coordinates.
God damn, I'm turned on.
Raiden, we need to pick you up. What's your location?
I'm in a Chinese factory. Now equipped with a solid lead for his Metal Gear Rising Revengeance 2013 video game, it's up to Sonic the Hedgehog to make his way to the city of Mexico, complete with his 50 pounds of smuggled cocaine and a stolen Mercedes. Raiden, are you wearing a sombrero? It's my disguise. I'm trying to blend in. You are trying to give me a fucking brain aneurysm.
Your destination is on the right.
Ha 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 ha.
Now it's time for Raiden and his small pit bull to make their descent into Fallout 3. Hey, what's up gamers? Maxor here, and today we're gonna be questioning why Blade Wolf is packing an entire bakery. Better keep playing the game to bleach my eyes. What's up gamers, it's Maxor here, and today we are being beat to death by a gorilla. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. It's a little weird to me that we're having more trouble with Harambe than a giant robot. Raiden opens him up like a Pokemon fan after ripping out his organs. Thank God that's the only enemy, otherwise I have problems. Oh my god, it's a Smash tournament. I have to stop it. Oh good, new enemies. I was just about to run out of those. Okay, but seriously, this enemy doesn't want to hit me. It's all right. I don't have a Twitter account.
You speak English?
What the fuck is he saying? Can you repeat that? Listen, I don't know what a McDonald's does. After abandoning a child to his death, we're finally able to play the rest of the level. Raiden equips a cardboard box once used in a famous, well-known video game series called Smash Brothers.
That's Wario, Snake. He also attacks by farting.
Now you two can remain undiscovered in any public park. Oh, fuck. Let's just move on. Now finished with the Ape exhibit, we're finally free to explore the secret base entirely without suspicion. For 2 minutes. In that time, it's up to Raiden to escort an entire congregation to meet God. Stealth is of course optional, but so is my mercy. Now heading to the confessional, Raiden finds something that he was never supposed to see.
Hi, it's Fitz with Slapchop. Slap your trouble away. Slap you got big chunks of stems.
I'm gonna leave this game for a while, play some good old Gary's mod. We get a call from Boris Johnson, and he tells us that the baddies are keeping the brains of children in Futurama jars, piloting the various zoo exhibits we fought on our journey. And to figure out why, we sneak in using a wasted game mode. This lasts an entire minute if you don't walk past everyone. Using some proprietary software, we assume the role of the US government and spy on the bad guys' webcams before selling them crack. Their evil and dastardly plan is to restart the war economy by fueling conflict in Syria and Donbass, then making a gigantic profit by selling weaponized Baby Shark to the military. But instead of selling a Boston Dynamics dog like normal people, they figured the best way to create a robot army was to consult Mr. Epstein. So with our next target identified, we advance further until we find the giant robot. And if this hallway has anything to say about it, we're in for a fun boss fight. Raiden endures 8 hours of being stunned before playing his reverse Uno card and trapping it in a corner for 2 minutes, dicing up his armor and clapping him faster than that family on the highway in my Ford Mustang. Don't worry, he's a basic enemy in the next mission. Oh my god, I can't possibly cut through glass. Stop right there, Raiden, or I'll blow this child. Who is that? His head. I'll blow his head open. Wait, are you for real? I don't have time for this conversation. Children are in danger. Do you know what a gun does? What's a gun? So at least 9 seconds happen and Ride Inside is driving to hell, all the while taking his eyes off the road with some CNN. Oh sweet, my programming is on.
Super Idol di Charo, domain.
You know, America isn't so bad after all. After being in Mexico for so long, I'm starting to miss how peaceful it can be, especially the police. Raiden evades the evil forces of big sobriety as they attempt to suppress another innocent drunk driver, careening through the nightmare known as Denver before encountering the police budget. And showing off his toned legs.
Wait a second, boys. He's white.
I'm sorry, officer. I was just so busy playing League of Legends.
All right, I've heard enough. Deadly force authorized.
Oh, fuck. We are now forced to fight the hypothetical dystopian scenario where the government and police are influenced by corporations. Specifically, the corporation that we've come to volunteer for blood donations. Although, Joe Raiden seems to be fighting their army of interns because most of them use a stick. Besides, of course, the military-grade Roombas. Raiden heads into an office through the organs of an officer and inside the biggest elevator ever made. We take it down the hard way. Also, they forgot to limit my turn speed. There's even a subway section with this cool new enemy that I've never seen before. I don't think anything can ruin this. What's up, gamers? God damn it. Let me tell you something important, Raiden. You're a normie and a beta male cuck. I'm only here to dispense justice. That's cringe, Jack, and your setup is weak. You can't even project yourself onto a building or a billboard. Your clout doesn't mean anything. It's worthless. Cope and seethe, Jack. Why don't you go back to Facebook?
Yeah, this is becoming
no, that's not the point.
meta at this point.
Now, all this murder and you still aren't based. You bastard. Shut the fuck up and listen for a moment. Oh my god, it's the cringe Nene baby. Stop right there. What the fuck is wrong with his hair? What are you doing? He looks like Sonic impregnated a vending machine. No, stop it. He even has a fake chin. Do you see now, Jack? How can a cringe lord like you ever hope to kill my police officer?
We're gonna be talking about the...
No fuck. So after chopping the authorities so fast that their bodies are steaming, Raiden gains a brain hemorrhage from watching my editing, which affects his movement slightly. Now emotionally compromised, we head through the mandatory stealth section. You know, eventually. How pleased you are to chop away, Jack the Ripper. You could say that I'm a big fan. What? My name is Monsoon of the Sussy Imposters. What the fuck? Emergency meeting. Please stop. No. There's something genuinely wrong with you. It's just a little trolling, Jack. You're in the land of the free, after all. And your idea of freedom is enslaving children. Do you know what the Civil War was? It's cringe or be cringe, Jack. Soon you'll understand. Free will is a myth. Religion is a joke. We're all pawns controlled by something
Marvelous.
greater. Memes,
Welcome to my
the
channel.
DNA of the soul. They are our culture, our clout. How about full of shit? Is that a meme? No, it fucking isn't, you amoeba. You'll never be based with memes like that. You're right. About me, I mean. What? I thought I could be just like you, but that is a mistake. Perhaps I am cringe, but that makes me free. That's sus. Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. But Raiden, you'll lose subscribers. Do it. Okay. I was fucking joking. Why did you do it? You think you can just log off, Jack? I'm starting to see what you're getting at. And if based means what I think it means, then caring about your shitty posts is a long way off. That's rich coming from the likes of you. Family Guy funny moment. In this boss fight against the Monsus battle boss, Raiden rages against the moral degeneracy of violence in movies and sex on TV, using his good old-fashioned values upon which he used to rely.
Good old-fashioned.
During which we are subjected to an onslaught of attacks at average speed for a cheetah, demanding the absolute most of the player to survive the human spaghetti. So if you thought Blade Wolf was a real fun boss to parry, then I've got news for you. We've got more edge in this fight than Bloodborne on the PlayStation 1. Monsoon can fucking teleport. He throws helicopters for fun, and his preferred method of dodging is self-bisection. He knows he's 3 edges away from being a Sonic OC, and you know what? I fucking dig it.
Hey Jack, ever been to the Washington Monument?
Thank you. I spent 4 days editing that. Now excuse me as I take this call. The memes. You are decapitated. Don't worry, it's just a little trolling, right? Do not repost my memes back at me. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, because your memes end here.
Anyway, if you ever wanted to watch Maxer, like, he makes also Elden Ring videos.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Like, there is a part 2, but no. Like, I'm gonna leave something to you. He made, I mean, 2 or 3 pieces of Elden Ring videos, and they're all fun. Wait, did you watch any of his videos? You said like you watched the Carbot. No, you watched the Carbot animation, but did you watch the Maxor?
Yes, I watched the Elden Ring ones.
Oh, okay.
Well, I would like that.
Well, he even he had like Set, I think, the Set Sentak, and I think the Martin Opens, the Australian guy, has like a, you know, guest, which I found really cool.
But a good addition to my wares.
Yeah, no. %5 chance to heal, it's the maximum amount of heal you can get. What is bullshit? Oh shit. 12% chance lightning critical strike damage. Like, why? Why would you want to limit players' build like that? Why was that like a thing? Oh, brother. I'm becoming depressed.
Aleshava. Welcome to my channel. Hey, what's up?
Alessia?
How are you, mate?
319. Yeah, hello, welcome. Thanks for asking. Chatting to my buddy biker. Oh, brother, Mr. Biker Scout. This might be good.
Ray Mercs. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, it's Ray also.
Welcome, honey. Thank you for calling me buddy.
Yeah, well, I guess we share a common interest. I won't call you like my enemy, I guess.
Where are you from?
Country of Serbia. But is that
country of Serbia?
Is that like a question for me or biker? If it was for me, I gave you an answer. If it was for biker, I don't. Biker
amazing.
Is from USA, I think. I don't find Serbia amazing, but sure.
Yes, USA.
Yep. I tend to remember.
I'm from Canada.
Oh, really? Oh. So in Fallout universe, US annexes Canada, if I remember correctly. But that's Fallout universe.
Hi, neighbor.
Oh. Jesus Christ. I think I bumped my forehead.
How often are you streaming?
Every day. Every day for like about last 5 years or so. And not just like...
Is this your fave game?
Nope. Is there like a game that I play every day? No, there isn't. I'm a like variety streamer. I like play or stream like whatever I feel like, you know, that day. Like let me show you what I have. Like there is this guy, I think it's called Reggie, like a YouTuber, and he sometimes...
What is your others' hobbies?
I guess watching anime or reading books or reading manga on my cell phone. You know, because buying real-time manga is...
To my dear Mariano.
Is, you know, like expensive.
Amazing.
And I don't like, you know, like, do you...
What is your fave anime?
I would say Berserk, I would say. But maybe the original one, or Cowboy Bebop, you know, stuff like that. Maybe Cowboy Bebop because it has like a chill music.
Google says Serbia has multiple languages spoken. I did not know that.
I mean, it does, like a Hungarian, Slovak, I think. Not Slovenian, but Slovakian language, yeah.
How is the weather going so far?
It's really hot, like it's fucking burning. Thanks for asking, but it's not really pleasant. Like this summer is hellish, I have to say. So
UPSs.
I mean,
Welcome, honey.
welcome to the summer.
My summer is always at Fahrenheit.
Well, how much is that? 100. Yeah, thanks for updating my 100 Fahrenheit to.
Really hot.
Oh, it's 43
Can
Celsius.
you provide me your Discord?
My Discord account? Are you selling viruses or are you selling like online art? I guess I could invite you to this place.
I'm acclimated to it, feels fine to me.
Oh, how does this even work? I forgot. Well, what do you want my tag? Well, if you really want my username, is it like this? Copy username? Yeah, I have
S.W.Frost.
I have like a unique tag name, you know, you don't need to type anything other than that. So oh, I have like 3 people chatting, like, whoa, that's kind of hard to follow.
Thanks, I'll send you a request.
Yeah. This seems like a scam. You know, I recently recovered my PC from like fucking like a crash, and I think the crash was because of a probably something had to do with like a Discord. That's what I'm guessing. And I'm gonna be really careful of like picking like people to, I guess I can talk to people, but like them sending me links and me opening them, I'm gonna have to think about that.
Well, you don't have to worry, man.
Yep. Defend me, dog. I used to play Vampire Survivors, but I unlocked most of the stuff in Vampire Survivors, and it kind of stopped being like a challenge at one point. Maybe
Do you have pets?
There is like 4 or 5 cats.
From saying honey to saying man.
Yeah. Interesting, right?
LOL. Yeah, I caught that too.
So yeah, I did click on the profile and it's like some handsome woman, which sounds really fake, but okay.
Rady Mercs if you problem lols.
No.
Person doesn't know their own fake identity.
Yeah. Right, like that's fine. Like let me get it straight. Like I'm just gonna, there you go. Like yeah.
No snake is my buddy.
Yeah. I kind of talked to Ray, and Ray's like a cool guy, and I actually like I'm not like easy trusting person. I'm more of a like sus on people, but like, you know, how do you call it? Like, we have a saying in Serbian language, "Sneba pa u rebra," which means like a literal translation would be from sky to like to ribs, like somebody.
I'm from the Ustu Biker Scout.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is sane. I kind of timed out the possible fake guy, and if he's like...
I've never encountered something like that. Was quite weird.
Yeah. It's like internet.
Yeah, true.
You meet a lot of people.
She's fake.
Yeah. Like, I never like met a female on internet that...
I'm from the USA too.
Literally like puts like her like a real life, you know, like a image on a profile. That's like
cool.
Impossible. What the fuck? Fucking flies. Stop it. Force.
Damn Snake, it's about to me years since I knew you.
Yeah, and I still didn't send you the coffee. Well...
More days.
Maybe. Yeah,
I get fruit flies sometimes even though I don't leave food or water out.
Oh, I get it. Well, I got some fruit in the fridge. Maybe that's causing it. Who knows? Yep, there is a fruit here. It's disoriented.
Yes, they are very attracted to it.
Well, now they're fucked. And I got myself a pear, I guess. So anyway, I'm gonna ask Mr. Biker.
I heard if you leave a beer out it act as a trap.
Yes, yes, that's what people in my country do. You pour, you take like canister, then you cut the holes, you know, a plastic canister, and you cut the holes to a side, and you put like like let's say like a beer bottle. Yeah, you're wasting beer, but that's fine. You put some beer inside, and the flies are just gonna come and try to drink a beer, and they're just, you know, the guys are gonna get like dazed or like stun locked by beer, I guess. I think it works. So, Mr. Ray, how do you like the Crytek banning?
Beer crowd control.
Yeah. Beer CC. Oh no. What do you think about the Crytek nerf? About forcing people to turn off reshades if they want to play their game? Will do anything. Or is it just like a band-aid? It's like fix, but it's not gonna do anything like anything like substantial. Yeah, is that a good term? I don't know if Mr. Biker knows the game that I'm talking about. It's about the game that I have like 5,000 hours synced in, like a PvP game. You can call it like a Tarkov Light, or like a Warzone DMZ mod with zombies and cowboys. Extraction shooter.
Oh, I think I've seen that.
Yeah. If the game wasn't plagued by fucking exploiters, some of them being like a big, you know, big time streamers, it would be actually good. But I cannot blame them, because playing a game.
Community is why I stopped playing Dead by Daylight.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. I tried playing DBD, but DBD is more fun to watch than to play. I watched the Spaniard, the what's it called, the Otstarva, or the Spanish guy. What was his real name?
It's very stressful to play.
Yeah, it's like.
Yes, it's.
I just leave it to the pro. Yeah, odds. I just watch him, or the coconut, or the potato. Was it potato or something like that? Potato Legion, something like that. You know, those guys know how to play. Yeah. They know how to play the game, how to like stack perks, how to like use the number charts, like oh, this skill nerfs the player speed, or this one boosts the killer, or this gives you like increase like volt speed, or this one.
I watch Trudel and T sometimes.
Oh, True Talent, yeah. The Irish guy, was it Irish? I think he sounds Irish. I'm not sure. It might be Scottish. And what do I know? They all have like different standpoints.
Not sure either.
Scott Junt, was it like that? He looked like he was also like fun to watch, but Scott kind of a I think he turned the leaf, if I can say it like that. I think he decided to like
I don't like him personally, but that's okay.
It's not about like liking. I personally like watching GOTS or the coconuts for their persona, but for the gameplay wise, you know, I was talking about that. And I guess the odds is most compelling because he plays with survivors and with the killers, and he tries to, you know, point to like developers.
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, you know, like this, you know, killer might be like a bit too strong, like for the survivors.
I would play both as well.
Or like if the survivors like are doing objectives like too fast, you know, the killer can just like maybe get one of them, and almost every match 3 of them are gonna escape. Or who's the fastest killer, like to dominate the map. I don't know, I guess it depends on perks. Maybe out of the box I would say, depending on the map, maybe the nurse is good. Or the huntress can be good, I guess. And some of them are dependent on the map, on the usage of their traits. Some of them are like trash without like a good traits or without the map knowledge or like a real skill of the player.
I am a plague main and I play a little night waiting for Xenomorph.
Oh, wait, is it not out yet? I thought it was. Like, I watched the gameplay, I watched the odds playing on a public test realm. The skill, as I said, for a person that doesn't play the game, I think I've seen like a lot of stuff. More than like probably a lot of community that like actively plays the game.
It's the Xenomorph is the only thing I would come back to DBD for.
It's 29th, okay. I mean, from what I've seen, they made like a underground, like a thing where you would like actually travel via the tunnel under the map. And Ots also pointed out that technically it's like amazing that they made it. So you can actually choose where you want to exit the map. It's not like instantly teleporting to the other part of the map. No, you're actually traveling subterranean, unseen by other players. And it's not as easy as you know, nurse teleporting skill where it would just like flicker inside, like through the wall. So the Nick Cage, the DLC is out, if I remember correctly.
It's going to be great at hit and run and misdirection.
Yeah. And I also like the idea of flame turrets. I think flame turrets they put in the game. Wait. I didn't want to watch something. Yeah, watch this compilation. Oh yeah.
Ain't that right? Go to the other gate probably. Oh yo.
Right, but there is an add-on that auto-destroys turret after it breaks your runner stance and it's low-tier add-on.
By a bit, though, he bits me.
There is an add-on that auto-destroy turrets.
Damn,
Oh, wow.
3 people spotted.
That sounds too easy, but okay. Don't mind me.
This guy might not be in the best spot ever. Oh, he has a commodities too.
I've seen a lot of
Chat, I'm gonna get his ass. Watch this.
Trapper playstyle when I watch odds, but recently I've seen him playing the clown because clown seems like people seem like as a joke character, but it's not because he uses the AoE like a debuff slow
Pretty sure I can get him here though.
and haste potions.
I just need to do double.
And he just like outright like stay behind people and just takes them out.
Takes a bit, but better than eating pallets forever, right?
I started watching him for trapper sneaky spots for traps years ago.
Yeah, I started watching him like when he was playing still the Dark Souls games, the challenge runs, the Dark Souls 2 all bosses no hit run, which took him like a year and a half, I think. And at one point he was about to give up, but he still completed it. And at that point I knew that guy has like a...
I did not know he did that as well.
Yep.
That works, but I was...
Let's start about DS2, no hit, all bosses. Imagine that. Like, that's how I knew about him.
HTTPS UDOBKXTWZRFCG. Oh no, not DS.
Yep. DS2. After that, he got hit by the Iron King, I think. Ivory King. And then he was about to flip his mind, and he still got like 1 year after that. He prepared, did a practice run, and he did it. Yep.
I was not interested in those games at the time. I'm on my first playthrough of but have beaten an Elden Ring.
Oh, that's good. It's like the game with like a...
I did about only run on Elden Ring.
I think I finished the Elden Ring first time with my brother. Like, that aspect of the game I found like most fun. Playing solo as like a solo challenge, yeah, that's fine, but actually playing like with a live person, that was really cool. At least for me. I don't know about the other people.
Yes, after I beat the game I would go help random players with bosses.
Well, there is like a help, and there is like a solo like killing boss while other people are just like staying back. I mean, there is like a good balance or thin line between that.
My favorites were Nile and Fire Giant.
Oh, the Fire Giant. Well, you pick the bosses...
With the co-op, I mean.
Yeah, you pick the bosses that seem like most fair, I think. While, let's say the Millennia is like a challenge boss with like a shit combo and like a lifesteal. And the reward that she gives you is stuff that you maybe wanted like when you started playing the game.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Her rune.
It's him! Say hi to Terry! Terry, what's up, dude? So long! You busy for work? See ya, Terry. Good luck with Drowned Rider. Thanks, I might die. We did an update that last hit with the one that I was dead, did we? Ah! Fuck! I thought I was gonna fall in front and I did a backstep!
Why are you running? Why are you running?
I never want to do this jump ever again, and that to me means that he just... You piece of shit! I jump off, I was like, okay, my positioning is like 1 pixel.
I got all of this in my store box.
That will not be a big deal, will it?
I am going to hop back on Wayfinder, my friend. Thanks for the friendly chat.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, and thank you, Ray, also, if you're here. That was fun, man. Thanks.
Till next.
Peace.
Bro, get me off this fucking ladder.
Respect. This is why I hate women. I'm so fucking white. Fuck that. I hate myself. Do you own a trench coat? Do you know Danny DeVito? What do you think about Montenegro? Have you ever read Donald Duck comic books? What are your thoughts about what's happening right now at Venezuela? How many lemons can you eat without puking? Would you punch a camel for $30? Would you bang Lucatiello or Emerald Herald? Do you ever get the feeling that you want to run and spin around parking lots and pretend to be a helicopter? What's your third favorite color, including magenta and jello? Am I mad? No. But I'm completely and utterly fucking unable to answer that kind of question back to back while I'm doing this fucking run! Don't do it! What? I rolled right into it! How in the fuck? That was the worst dodge in history! Hi. Oh my god. Oh my god! How am I not fucking hit? Oh shit. He started running into the fucking wall like an idiot. Hi. Okay. What the fuck? Hello, Terry! How are you doing, man? Busy as ever. We'll see him later. In our time of need, he will come. Let's wait around this corner, see what they do. I cannot do this first tower, man. I cannot do it. I can't do the first tower. I just can't, man. It's too hard. Oh, so many things I have to play with. Let me just summarize what I have to do. At the beginning, I have to go out of my way to collect a bunch of items and farm a ton of souls, just so I have a chance to defeat some of these really risky bosses that we need to get out of the way early. This makes the start so tedious, and I know that when I get tired, I start making mistakes. This entire fucking run is like a collection of like 1%. Every time I do something slightly off the path that I've determined is safe, it's like 1% of them, and then 1%, and I get away with some of them. But if I keep doing them, eventually I will get hit. And there's so many chances, and I take so many risks early on because I'm fucking stupid like that. It's fucking destroying me. Going into the third DLC early is by far really, really smart. But after the video that I did, I cannot finish this run in good conscience if that motherfucker doesn't die last. No, it would feel wrong to kill him, and then not have that be the end of it, you know? Cunt! Delay. Fuck! Here's one of the hardest fucking attacks to dodge. And after you dodge it, you need to make sure that you don't fucking panic. God, that's so difficult. Enough for tonight, guys. We're starting tomorrow like 3 hours early or something. Ooh, that roll was off! I'm gonna practice for a little bit. And tomorrow we'll start extremely early. What the fuck are you guys doing? You better fucking... What?! There was a young red fucking there! How?! Why do I ever try anything now? It's always my fault. I'm fucking trash at this game. We're never doing this wrong. God, I hate myself. This fucking hurts, man. I really am a fucking idiot. Let's try again. Hello? That's more like it. Fuck. I dodged through the first attack, and I was hoping to squeeze through it for the second. Fair enough. My mistake. That's a risky place we go through. I acknowledge that. Alex, guess what? Go ahead, what is it? Run 69. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Dark Souls 2, all bosses, no hit run. Attempt number 69.
I'm sleepy.
Have mercy on our souls.
I'm gonna go and try to take a rest before work. Yeah. Believe it or not, I'm gonna go to bed for like half an hour or so.